Hey guys, this is EdRoh. Today we are going to be building this complete full stack finance dashboard application from scratch. The application that we're going to be building today is going to consist of this beautiful landing page for this particular dashboard. And it's going to consist of a lot of KPIs and information that business persons can use to display their information about key performance indicators and other types of data that they need to keep track of their finances for their company. And in this application, we're going to be building with multiple charts and tables. So we're going to be using Recharts to build our area charts over here, line charts, bar charts, another line chart, and some pie charts over here, as well as scatter plots. And these charts are the most common type of charts that you would see in an application or a data analytics dashboard like this. And from here, we're going to see the list of products as well as a list of orders. And we're going to be using Data Grid to display this list of information in this small little table. And it'll be very easy to set up once we download Data Grid. And then after here, we're going to go to the predictions page. And here we're going to have information about the revenue for the particular company. And what we're going to be doing is we're actually going to be using real machine learning. Very basic. We're not going to be using OpenAI for this one, but we're actually going to use real machine learning with using a regression line, which is like a best fit line that will display our information and show the best fit line for this particular data. And using this regression line, we can show the predicted information up here, and it'll give us information of what the revenue will be predicted for next year. So this application will not just be front end, but it will also consist of a back end where we will use Lucidchart to data model, meaning we'll organize our data for our back end prior, and then we'll be building our back end. Once we have built our back end and front end, what we'll do is we're going to be deploying our back end to fly.io, and we're going to do this all for free. And I'll show you how to do this. And then after that, we're going to deploy our front end application onto Vercel, which is also free. So we're going to be using Vercel for our front end, fly.io for our backend, and our server will be entirely hosted and deployed all for free for you to use in your profile. For the technologies we'll be using today is going to include both front end and back end packages. So the front end is going to consist of Material UI for our component library, Material UI Data Grid for our tables, Typescript for our language, Vite for our starter app, Recharts for our chart library, Redux Toolkit for our state management, Redux Toolkit query for making API calls, hero icons for our icons, and React Router for navigation. For the backend, we're going to be just using Node.js as our runtime, Express.js as our backend framework, and Mongoose for our database. Finally, to make our predictions for our machine learning model, we're going to be using Regression.js to make our prediction, which is a simple library to do our machine learning. Now, machine learning can be an intimidating topic for many and might be challenging at first glance. However, as someone who has been learning on the side, machine learning is actually not that bad. And you only really need a basic level of math to truly utilize it. And you can definitely utilize the power of machine learning without having a deeper understanding of all the math that is going behind it. And if you're truly interested in learning machine learning, Brilliant.org, today's sponsor, has got you covered. Now, Brilliant.org has a ton of courses on both math and science and computer science. And they have in-depth courses on neural networks. So you can learn how neural networks work with their visual program. And the platform itself is very engaging and fun because they have courses designed to be both stimulating with lots of visual aids and interactive exercises that help you learn by doing instead of just reading text, so you'll never feel bored or overwhelmed as you can learn at your own pace and track your progress along the way. Furthermore, if you don't want to learn neural networks, Brilliant also has you covered in other areas such as computer science. They have a ton of course on computer science designed for both beginners and advanced learners, and you'll find courses that can suit your needs and level of expertise. If you truly want to go deep into machine learning, you can learn the mathematical side, and they have the mathematical basics that you will need for machine learning. So we have math, we have geometry, we have statistics and probability, we have data analysis as well. So a lot of this can contribute to helping you learn what machine learning is truly about. To try everything Brilliant has to offer free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/EdRoh or click on the link in the description. The first 200 of you will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. And finally, just as a reminder, this app is created for both beginners and experienced developers, and I explain everything step by step. With all my apps, this website is completely designed all by me, so you're free to use parts or even the whole project as your portfolio. Now, hope you enjoy this application. Let's get started. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to be installing Node.js. So Node.js is an open source server-side JavaScript runtime built on the Google Chrome V8 JavaScript engine. Basically, that means that you can run JavaScript code on your computer instead. So go to the link in the description and you can install Node.js. And then from here, we're going to install npx. So npx will help us install some npm package binaries. And so if you go to the link in the description, you can run npm install-g npx. And then for our text editor, we can use Visual Studio Code. This is probably the most recommended text code editor that you can use, but there are other options if you want to use those. But Visual Studio Code is the prime code editor that most people use. And then from here, I'm going to open up Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to open up the terminal, and I'm going to write npm create Vite at latest. And it's going to give you some commands over here. So I'm going to call this client because this is going to be the front end of our application. I'm going to choose React. And this app, we're going to be using Typescript. So we're going to install that. And then we're going to go cd client. I'm going to run npm install. And now I'll just wait for that to finish. So Vite is a build tool and development server for modern web applications. So basically, it is like Create React App if you ever heard of it, but Vite is much more faster when it loads up the development server. It doesn't mean that the deployment will be faster if you use this. It's more that when you're running development, Vite is very fast. Create React App can be slow and can be very slow when you have big applications. So a lot of people like Vite better, but Create React App has a little more boilerplate and a little more features in it. But we can do the same thing with Vite. So we're going to be doing that today. And then from here, I'm going to open up the extensions, which is this particular one. It says extension over here. I'm going to close this, and we're going to be installing some extensions. So the extensions I already have installed, but the ones I recommend is ES7, React, Redux, React Native snippets. But basically, this will give you shortcuts for writing and setting up your boilerplate code for each component and makes it easy. And then I'm going to install ESLint, which will help us lint our code as we need and give us significant improvements in terms of developer efficiency because it tells you if you have any kind of syntax errors. And then finally, we're going to go down. I'm going to show you that you should install Prettier ESLint so that your code will be automatically prettierified. Basically, it'll format the JavaScript TypeScript code as needed. And then from here, we're going to go to Google Chrome or whatever browser you want. And generally, they usually have the same type of extensions. But at least for Chrome, we have Redux DevTools. So this will allow us to see the state in our Redux store. So this is very, very useful that a lot of other state management libraries don't have. And then also, I want you to install Pesticide. Actually, this is optional if you want to take a look. But basically, it'll give you the layout of the page. So if I click on it, actually, it doesn't work on this page, but basically it'll show you the way the elements are laid out for CSS purposes. So if you want to install this, you can. And then next thing we're going to do is we're going to go back to our Visual Studio Code, open up our terminal again, and I'm going to write npm I react redux and at redux.js/toolkit. So this is our state management library with React Redux and Redux.js Toolkit, which is a wrapper around Redux that makes our lives very easy. So we're going to be installing those two. And I'm going to install React Router DOM as well, which will help us navigate, give us navigation for our website. And then from here, I'm going to do MUI/material at emotion/react at emotion/styled at MUI/icons-material. So all four of these are related to Material UI. So basically, this gives us all the Material UI components. Add emotion gives us some of the ways you can style. the Material UI library, and at MUI icons material gives us icons that Material UI has, and they have the most icons and they're all free. And then the last thing we want to install is going to be MUI/x-data grid. So this will represent our Material UI table, which is very, very powerful. So we're going to be installing these. Just to note that we're going to be installing more packages as we go along, but I'll be able to explain those better as we use them. But these are the things we need at the beginning because we're going to be using them very soon. And one more thing we need to install for the packages is going to be npm i/d. So -d represents dev dependencies. So these are dependencies that don't need to be in the final build, but you can place them while you're doing. It's basically used for development. So these are, you separate these from those packages so we have a more efficient final library because it's just smaller. So you're importing less libraries in the final build. And here we're going to import the types for React DOM. So what this is actually representing, if you're new to TypeScript, we have types library for relevant packages. So basically React Router DOM needs some extra types so we can use it with TypeScript. So sometimes you need to install the relevant package for a specific library when you're using TypeScript. And once that's installed, by the way, I cleared up my terminal. I'm going to open up our browser directory. Now you're going to see .vs code for my specific one. This is for my settings that I use for recording, but you don't need this. So basically we're going to open up our client library folder. We're going to go to source, and we're going to be deleting and modifying a few things. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to app CSS. We don't need any of this, so I'm going to delete that. I'm going to go to app TSX afterwards. I'm going to close our terminal. I'm going to delete everything inside our div class name app. I'm going to change this to lowercase app over here. I'm going to remove this use state, and I'm just going to delete all the imports right here. So this is just to clean up a few things that we don't really need. And then if we go to index.css, I'm just going to highlight everything and just delete it for now. And then from here, we're going to go to Google Fonts, and we're going to be adding our own Google font that we want. So it's in the link in the description. We're going to be searching for Inter. So Inter is a particular font that looks nice, and it's one of those general purpose fonts that are very good. So we're going to choose 400, 600, and 700. So we're going to choose those three. I'm going to click at import. I'm going to highlight everything inside the style, copy that. I'm going to paste it over here. And so that's how we can use our Inter font. Then from here, I'm going to write HTML, comma, body, hashtag root, comma, dot app. And we're going to set this to be height to be 100%, width to be 100%, font family to be Inter. And I'm going to set this to sans serif like so, and give this background color of hashtag 1F2026. This is a color I just decided will look good for our application. So basically what these 4 tags or selectors, CSS selectors, are doing is we're going to set everything to a height width of 100% so we take up the entire screen. And I'm also going to set the font family for all of them as well as the background color. All right, then from here, we're going to set up our ESLint configuration. So now we installed VS Code extension for ESLint. We still need to set up the ESLint configuration for this particular project. So what we're going to do is I'm going to just close this out. I'm going to open up our terminal, and I'm over here. I'm going to be writing npm i-d. So it's a dev dependency again, because it makes sense that we don't need this for the final build. And I'm going to install ESLint, and I'm going to install ESLint config React app. And basically what this is doing, if you know React app, this is basically setting the create React app initialized ESLint default settings into Vite. So we have default settings for ESLint. So we don't have to mess around with ESLint configurations. You can customize it all you want, but I generally like create React apps default syntax configurations. But if you're on your own project, you can change it to whatever you want. And then from here, while we're installing this, I'm going to open up the Explorer. I'm going to go in, and in our client folder, I'm going to write .eslint rc.json. And in this file, I'm going to create curly brackets, and I'm going to say extends react-app, and I'm going to save it. So this will now give us basic defaults for ESLinting. So if I go over here, and I'm just going to write const, or let's say hello, and I say function like that, we now have ESLint telling us we cannot find this name. So this is basically ESLint working at its core. If you didn't have this, it would just be like 3 dots. It would be harder to see, but ESLint gives us more warnings and helps us with our efficiency. And then from here, I'm going to erase the hello. And what we're going to do is we're going to set up our env file, so our environment variables. And the only thing we're going to really need for this is going to be the URL to hit the backend server, which we haven't created, but we're going to set up just the URL to it. So in our client folder, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this .env.local, like so. I'm going to call this Vite base URL, like so, and call it http:/localhost:1337. And I'm going to save that. And then because for whatever reason, Typescript doesn't like these environment variables, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to our tsconfig.json file, and we're going to look at compiler options. And below everything, I'm going to write types, in square brackets, I'm going to say Vite/client. So this setting will help us use this particular environment variable without it giving errors. So for whatever reason, if you don't have this, Typescript will yell at you. Next thing we can configure is the path, the pathing for imports. So for example, if you see the imports over here, we see a /. So these are called relative imports, but we can actually set up more absolute imports that are easier to digest. So let's say you have some kind of import, some component from ////// and then you can say components / like index.js. So if you take a look at something like this can be very, very hard to read, and it just kind of like it's not very clean. So instead, what you can do is we're going to make a configuration so that we can have a @ instead, which starts from the source directory, and we can find our particular file from there. So this will help us set up paths that are much more readable and easier to write. So I'm going to erase that. That was for demo purposes. So what we're going to do is I'm going to open up the terminal. I'm going to write npm i-d, so it's another dev dependencies. I'm going to do @types/node. And this will install like the typing for a package we kind of need. And then from here, I'm going to go to the vite.config.ts file, and I'm going to import path from path, like so. And then right here, I'm going to resolve. I'm going to set alias. I'm going to write square brackets find @ and then comma replacement. I'm going to set this as path.resolve underscore, which is 2 underscores, dir name, comma source. So @types_node kind of helps us to use import path without Typescript yelling at us. And then this will basically find anytime you see the @ in the alias, and we're going to replace it with the current absolute directory starting from source. So that's how this is basically working. So if you don't fully understand it, it's okay, but we'll be using it as we go. And then if we go from here, we go to tsconfig.json, and we just have to set up one thing, and we're going to say paths, and in curly braces, I'm going to write @/star : square brackets ./source/star, and from there, our pathing configurations will be fully complete. So if I wanted to, I could change this to @ instead, and it'll still lead to the correct location. So now I can, if you ever hit Command or Control, depending on your machine, Control click, and then you can go to that particular section if you have IntelliSense on, and you can do the same thing with index CSS. So before you couldn't do this, but now with the configuration we just set up, we are able to do that now. So I'm going to save that. All right, with that installed out of the way, now we can set up Material UI and the theming configurations. So once we have the theme configurations, we could use different colors, but before that, we need to set that up. So in our source directory, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this theme.ts. So now I want you guys to save some time. Go to the link in the description where I have the theme file, and I want you to copy everything over onto this particular page. So if you have the link in the GitHub description, there is a file over here. I want you to copy and paste it, because a lot of this is kind of like a lot of manual labor. If I were just to type it out, you guys might get bored, but I will explain what's going on over here. So basically we have something called tokens. Like in the design space, they have something called design tokens, but basically they just represent different colors of variations of different hues of the same color. So basically you choose 3 or 4 colors essentially, and you have different variations of hues and different shades of that particular color. So you have 100 through 900. So it's very useful to have multiple shades. And these are like, you can just choose one color and you can have different ways of automatically generating the rest. So for example, you can use tailwind shades, which if you take a look, Command K, Command G. So if I take a color like this, I'm gonna do it over here, Command K, Command G, and it'll automatically generate colors of different shades for you if you need different shades, because it's very useful to have different shades of a specific color for various use cases, because you don't always want just one particular shade of a color. You need variations of it, so it's very helpful to have all that. So here I have grays. You always want some like shade of gray, as well as a light green color, and then yellow and purple. I call them primary, secondary, tertiary. It doesn't really matter the naming. And then you can set background as this is the separate one. I call it light and main for like the background colors. And then from here, this is where we set up the Material UI theme settings. And the way you set up the theme settings is just create an object, and over here we can set the palette over here. And we have primary, secondary, tertiary, we have gray, and then background. So essentially, I'm just destructuring tokens.primary. So for example, if I go back up right here, it'll just grab all of these and then place them, place them over here in the primary palette. So if I wanted to use this, you can use theme from Material UI, and then you can grab the primary and then choose whatever from 0 to, or from 100 to 900 colors from there. And then you also need to set a main and light. So you have default, like Material UI has like default coloring settings. So basically you need to overwrite those by setting the main and the light like this. And then the same with secondary, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to set up the main, and then tertiary, we don't really need to do that. It's mostly for primary and secondary. You just need to set those default colors. So the components, you have less styling to do. And then gray, same as usual. And then you do need to set background with the default. And then I have added light. So this is my like custom one, but this will set Material UI background default. So that's why you really need to set that one. And then finally, you can set the typography. I have the same, basically same font for everything. It's just the font size will be different. So this is basically the default. And then we have different font sizes for different variations or different header settings for the fonts. And I also have some different colors for different ones, but this is just basic customization, and you can style it in the component itself. So now that we have Material UI set up, we actually have to set up some configurations for Typescript for Material UI, because we're extending the theme settings a little bit by using .tokens primary. So by default, Material UI theme has their own types integrated into Material UI, but we are extending that with 100, 200, 300, things like this. So this doesn't actually exist, like these numbers don't actually exist in the types for Material UI. So we actually need to expand our theme settings. So I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this expanded-theme.ts. And in here, I'm going to import palette/palette color. So like that. And I'm going to write /styles/create palette. And what we're going to do is we're going to do declare module, and I'm going to copy this entire thing that I just wrote and put it in double quotes. And I'm going to write interface. And I'll explain what all this is doing. It's a little tricky to understand, but it's not that bad once you know what's going on. And in here, I'm going to put key : number : strings, like so. Actually, singular. And then finally, I'm going to do interface palette. I'm going to put tertiary : palette color. All right, so what is happening is that we're grabbing the types in create palette. So if I take a look, all right, so if I take a look at palette color and I do command click, we can go over here. We see expanded-theme, which is the current file, but we can open up createpalette.t.d.ts. So this is TypeScript settings that Material UI has created. So if I click this and I click interface and I double click this particular file, we can open this up. So now we're looking into the type settings that Material UI has created. So if I take a look at palette color, these are the types that they have configured. So light, main, dark, and contrast text. So if I go into theme, over here we have main and light configured, but I also have 100, 200, 300, 400, all of these colors being added to this particular primary. But in here, we don't have that. So what we're doing with the expanded theme is we're basically extending it with interface palette color. I know usually when you're using object-oriented programming, you could just usually extend it, but by default with TypeScript, you don't really need to set that for this. So essentially we're adding a key, number, and string like so. So this represents any kind of number, and this has to be a string. And then over here with the interface palette, and if you take a look, now let's control click palette instead. If we go over here, we go to interface palette. We can check over here, we have primary, secondary, but we do not have tertiary. And that's why we set up a tertiary. So we're extending tertiary to have a palette color as well, because our theme is including the tertiary. Gray and background already exist over here. So if you take a look, gray and then background, these already exist. I won't go over them, but basically everything is now set. We expanded our colors. And then also, I believe we do have to keep this imported. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm just going to do ESLint disable next dash line. And it won't yell at us. I'm not exactly sure if you have to keep the import, but it was working like this. So that is MUI Typescript. And the last thing we're going to do, I'm going to close all of this. In this theme file, we have theme settings, but we're not actually using them anywhere in our component. So if I go to app.tsx, this is where we're going to be using the theme settings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const theme. I'm going to use memo over here. So now, by the way, you want to make very good use of the IntelliSense that pops up when you write something. So when you click on it, it's going to automatically import while you're typing over here. So it's very convenient, but also helps with preventing bugs so you have it written correctly. So it's a very developer efficient way of doing things. So make sure you use those. And then from here, I'm going to create a callback function. I'm going to call this create theme, and I'm going to import MUI material over here from create theme. But it actually needs to be /styles over here, so I'm not exactly sure why it doesn't import that. And then over here, I'm going to pass in theme settings. So this is the actual theme we're passing in. So create theme comes from material UI, and then you need to pass in theme settings over there. And then because we're using use memo, I want to make sure it only happens once on initial load. So that's why you can do this. There's nothing in there as well. And then from here, inside our div, I'm going to set up theme provider. And then you're going to get multiple theme providers over here, but the one we particularly want is going to be from MUI material. So right here, I'm going to close this, and inside our theme provider, we're going to pass in theme of the theme we just created. And then finally, inside our theme provider, we're going to write CSS baseline. So this is going to reset the CSS settings to default that Material UI has set. So all we have to do is pass that in, and it'll give us a nice CSS reset. Basically, it just removes all the defaults of styling on a browser, if you ever heard of it. But basically, it gives us a nice default to start with. And this theme provider over here gives us our theme settings. So now anytime we have any kind of component inside here, we're going to be using that particular theme. So I'm going to save that. And with that, Material UI is now set up for us to use. All right, with that, we have configured a lot of different things. Now, actually, I want to run our app to make sure everything is working. Now, I probably should have run the app a little earlier so you guys can check what's going on, but let's do that now. So inside, I'm just going to write hi just to check if we can see something visual. So I'm going to write npm run dev in our terminal, and we're going to have that loaded up. I'm going to alt click over here, and it's going to open up our page. And then we actually do have hi. It's just a little hard because the default color is going to be kind of like a black color on top of an already dark color, but we'll be adjusting that as we go. So everything is working. Make sure everything is working. If you have any questions, by the way, I set up a new Discord. So if there's a link in the description below to my Discord. So if you have any developer questions, please go into the Discord and ask questions there, not in the comments. I'm not going to reply, nor on the GitHub. I'm not going to reply to those because I don't really go on GitHub that much. I go on my Discord. If you have any questions related to the apps, you can go to the community. If I don't have time to answer your questions, other people can. So I highly recommend doing that. All right, with that, I'm going to close the terminal, keep that up. And then from here, we're going to set up our router navigation. So what I'm going to do is above the theme provider, I'm going to write browser router, and I'm going to use IntelliSense to import that, close that. I'm going to cut this and paste it on the bottom of theme provider. And inside here, I'm going to get rid of our hi now. I'm going to create a box component, which comes from Material UI. And I'm going to close it. The cool thing about box component from Material UI is that you can set as property CSS properties directly into the component. So sometimes you just need a quick default setting for CSS, so we can just pass in CSS props directly. So it's very, very convenient, I would say. It's a good alternative to Tailwind. If you guys like Tailwind, this is a pretty good alternative in my opinion. I love Material UI because of the amount of functionality it gives. Tailwind excels in certain areas. Material UI is very good if you have more internal dashboards or internal apps that require much more functionality sometimes and less about, custom styling and detail. So Material UI is very good. It has a lot of features for those things. Anyways, basically I'm setting some default settings like this, so padding is basically 1 REM to the top, 2 REM to the right, 4 REM to the bottom, 2 REM to the left. So basically I'm setting some padding. And by the way, I'm using REM, so this is root EM. Basically, it's based on the default, like font size of the browser. So REM is probably the best way to set padding and sizes unless you need like an absolute value. So REM is the most recommended way to do the styling. Anyways, from here, I'm going to set up routes like so, which is from IntelliSense React Router DOM. So make sure it's grabbing it from there. And finally, inside here, I can set up a route. And that should also be imported. Actually, this is self-closing. And what we're going to do is for now, we're going to set path is equal to slash, and we're going to set element. And we're just going to, for now, we just want a placeholder. We're going to say div, and we're going to say dashboard page, just so we can see what's going on. And then we also are going to set another route. And this app is going to only have these 2 routes. So this is going to be the predictions page. And we're going to have an element like so. And I'm going to do the same thing with div. And I'm going to set predictions page. And then make sure you close the route as well. So we have these 2 pages. Now, if you can see the very hard text to see, we can see dashboard page over here on the right, because I saved it and it's reloaded, and Vite is showing this. And above our routes, we're going to add a component called navbar. We have not created, so we can't use IntelliSense yet. And I'm going to import navbar from @scenes/navbar. So this is going to be the location of our file, and we just haven't created it yet. So from here, we're going to create a folder structure. So now this app, it doesn't have that many components to it, or too many elements or different parts to this application. So our setup for our folder architecture is going to be relatively simple. So when you create folder structures and folder architectures, you generally want to keep it as simple as the app needs. Now, a lot of people try to predict future hand to see if, if we want to scale this, we want this to be infinitely scalable, trying to build all these like fancy folder architectures. That is not the way to go, because if you try to make a huge scalable, folder structure, you're going to have a headache on your hands if you have to deal with, trying to mitigate all your scalable issues when your app is very, very simple. So in our case, we're just going to let's actually look at our final application. Just to give you, I don't know, there's some kind of, let's close that actually. I don't know what's going on. But basically, this is our final application. So we have basically just this one dashboard page, and we might be able to split this up into like different folders and different files. And then if you go over here, we have predictions. So this can be a separate page as well. And then we have this prediction as well. So we have these basically 2 pages. So all we have to do, it makes most sense for me for any kind of like UI based software, is that you want to separate it based on the UI and the pages. It makes the most sense to me. And it generally, like, each page can't be so much code that it's hard to manage. So separating it based on page makes a lot more sense, because when you have new developers that come in, all they have to do is open up and fire your application. They can see the pages and see, hey, the folder structure is architected in the same pattern. So you generally want to do that because it makes a lot more sense. I mean, it's up to you. Depending on your application, you might have very specialized needs, but sometimes just keeping it simple, having it page, that will allow people to find things very easily. So they can look up, oh, this is the dashboard page. I'm going to go to the dashboard folder. This is where I find this particular component. I want to work on this component specifically. So it makes a lot more sense to do that. Everyone's so worried about all these fancy architectures like Dux pattern, feature-based patterns, or the default React pattern. None of that matters really. It's just, you just need to know the proper way to organize folder to make it easy to find. That's the purpose of the architecture, and not all these fancy buzzwords. So just keep that in mind. So for this app, all we're going to do is we're going to create 2, maybe 3 folders actually. So components is where we're going to have components that can be reusable in multiple locations. We're only going to have a few, but this is basically components that we're going to reuse throughout our entire page. Let's refresh this. So we can have components that can be reused throughout the page. It's going to be non-UI based. And then from here, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this. All right, this is kind of glitching. So I'm going to call this scenes over here. So now scenes represents the pages we're going to have. So all we're going to do is I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this dashboard. Dashboard page right here. Simple as day. So anyone who comes in, they're going to immediately know where to go. And then you have predictions. Same thing with the page. Also, sometimes I know everything's not page based. Sometimes you want to create something like navbar. Navbar exists on all pages, so that makes more sense. We can also put navbar in components, but I feel like putting it in the scenes. Remember, there's no strict way to do things. And also, one thing you do know when folder architecture is that these components and scenes, they represent the UI, basically like the UI layer. You generally want to separate that from the data, because a lot of times data can be reused through multiple pages, so it makes sense for scenes and this new folder called state to be separated, because state and data, state is basically data, and data is reused throughout the entire application in various ways, so it needs its own folder structure and architecture, or hierarchy essentially. So I highly recommend separating state, because that's what most people do. All right, and so there you go. This is a general layout that we're going to have. If you have like a bigger application, you can have much more scenes. Maybe if the dashboard becomes way too big, then you can nest it into dashboard. But I highly recommend try to keep your folder structure as flat as possible, meaning you don't go too deep. If you go too deep, if you have to constantly go down into different folder, it becomes such a headache to navigate around. So keep it as flat as possible without it being like a super long line. If you have 1,000 files in source, it's going to be hard to navigate that too. So you want to make sense and have it as flat as possible, but split it out as needed. Okay. All right. Anyways, enough about my ranting about architecture. Now let's go to scenes. We're going to go to navbar. I'm going to close this so we have more space. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this index.tsx. And here is where I can use the VS Code extension, that ES7 snippets. I'm going to write TS RAFCE. So if you write TS, it's going to pop up, and you click on it, you're going to get this default boilerplate for components. So it makes a lot more sense. However, I'm going to click these index. I'm going to do Command D or Control D depending on your machine, and I'm going to be able to grab all of these. I'm going to call this nav bar like so. So we have our navbar component, and we have our types over here. All right, and then from here, I'm going to make some imports. So I'm actually going to get rid of the React. We don't really need that. We're going to say use state instead. So close this, make sure it's singular like that. And I'm going to import link from React Router DOM. So notice I'm not putting the curly braces, because we can use IntelliSense to grab it. So it'll automatically grab it from React Router DOM like so. And then from here, I'm going to import box component from Material UI. Again, I'm not putting curly braces, so I can use IntelliSense, because it doesn't register IntelliSense if you write the curly braces first. And then from here, I'm going to grab typography and use theme. Okay, and then from here, I'm going to grab the palette, and we're going to grab it from use theme. So essentially, use theme is grabbing the theme settings that we've originally created. So the theme over here, we can grab these palettes. So by grabbing use theme palette, we're grabbing essentially this object over here. So if I wanted to use this, I could say palette.primary.main or 100, whatever, depending on the color we want. And we can then use the color for any use. So that's what this is for. All right, from here, for the navbar, we're going to erase all of this. I'm going to create a box right here. And in here, I'm going to do display of flex, and then do justify content. And we're going to do space between and align items. And we're going to do center. So now I'm going to save it. Now I want to tell you guys what this really is doing, because a lot of people struggle with Flexbox, but this right here is the most common Flexbox you'll ever have to use. So this display is equal to flex, and then we have justify content of space between, align item center. So basically, I have a link in the description if you want to check this out, but basically this website will show you kind of what this is doing. But the main thing you want to look at is justify content, and we see space between, meaning the items are going to be aligned with spaces in between, whereas space around will leave a little gap, but space between is the most common use case. Sometimes you want to do flex start, flex end, sometimes you want to center, but space between is the most common. And then now align items center is also the most common thing you're going to do to align things vertically. So by doing this, you can do align item center. So now with justify content space between, which has everything spaced out as much as possible, and then center, which will align things vertically in the center, this will provide that aspect. So if we look at the final build over here, we can see that over here with this nav bar, we have two sections. I'm going to turn on pesticide, like I mentioned before. We have a box outside here, and we have a div element on the left side, another div element on the right side, and we're doing space between to give these guys a little space. And then also, if you see this, it's hard to tell, but it's vertically aligned in the center. So that's what these guys are going to do. And to be honest, we're going to be using this so much, we're going to separate this out into a separate component. So I'm going to go back over here, close this out because we probably don't need that. And then I'm going to go into our components file, because this is our components folder. And this is a place where we are going to use reusable components. So flex between is going to be what we are going to create. And we're going to do .tsx. So in this one, we're not going to use tsr-afc because this is going to be a styled component. So if you remember, we installed emotion and styled components as part of that. We can have components that are automatically styled, and we can share those stylings across different components. And I'll show you how we're going to use that. So we're going to import box. So MUI material. So we're going to import that. And then I'm going to import, so styled from at MUI/system. So make sure that is correct. And then from here, I'm going to do flex between. I'm going to do styled box like so. And this is basically the syntax if you want the styled component. And then from here, we can actually just, let's go back to our index.tsx, close that out. So there's more space. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to paste it over here. However, it is not in the correct format because this is equal sign, whereas this is in an object. So we have to change that to a colon. I'm going to hit all the way over to the right, and I'm going to hit a column, or create a comma, and then I'm going to export default flex between, like so. So now we can reuse this everywhere, and we can still have the same functionality as box. So if I go back to, actually, make sure you save app.tsx. I'm going to close that out as well as theme. So I'm going to go back to our index.tsx, and then from here, I'm actually going to change this I'm going to grab both of these guys. I'm going to do flex between, and it's going to pop up in the IntelliSense with our @ route. And then we don't need to write this anymore. And then from here, if we wanted to, we can do stuff like give it a margin bottom, just like we did with our box. So MB is a shorthand for margin bottom. I'm going to set that to 0.25 and set padding to be 0.5 REM and 0 REM. So if you know that we have a shorthand here as well, you can put 4, 2, or 1 of these. So if you have 4 of them, like I showed before, it goes in a clockwise fashion starting from the top. Whereas if you have 2, you're going to have padding vertically and then padding horizontally. So that's how you do it if you want like a 2 section. And then finally, we're going to set the color to be palette. So we're grabbing the palette. We're going to use gray 300. So if you remember what we did with all the TypeScript and setting up the theme, this is why we are using it. So now we have access to these colors anytime we want. So it's pretty simple. So what we want to do is we're currently not using our navbar. So if I go back to app.tsx, actually we do have our navbar. So let's go back to navbar and let's actually write some text over here and let's say, hey, we can see that we have our navbar. So right now there's not that much going on. We just have the text in between, but now we can add different things to it. So the first off, I'm going to add selected, and I'm going to do set selected as well. So this is going to be the state determining on what page we are on so that we can highlight the text for the page that we are currently at. And I'm going to start with dashboard. So we first start the selected page going to be the dashboard page. So from here, I'm going to say we start with the left side. And then from here, I'm going to create flex between, just like I did before, which is very useful. And I'm going to do a gap of 0.75 REM. So now if you know Flexbox, putting a gap allows us to space out elements in between our flex items. So gap is extremely useful for those purposes. And what we want, if you take a look at our final build, is this little icon. So this icon is provided by Material UI Icons, and you can look at the link in the description below again. I know there's a gajillion links that I have, but Material UI Icons has so many icons that you'll find something. And what I'm looking for is going to be pics. So this is what we're looking for. And then you can go and click on it and you can just copy it straight up, paste it in over here, and then we can use this directly. So if I do pics icon over here, I can do a self-closing tag and you'll be able to see this. So if I go back over here, and actually yeah, there you go. The one thing I do hate about Vite is that sometimes it doesn't reload and doesn't refresh as I think it would, but it works well enough, I suppose. And then from here, we can do SX. So if you're new to Material UI Icons, SX provides color in our components. So I'm going to do font size, and I'm going to say 28 pixel. So when we want to change the icon size, this is how we do it. If I save it, as you can see, it got a little bigger. And then from here, we're going to use typography. So typography is anytime you want to use specific font type. And I'm going to set the font size to be 16 pixel. And I'm going to say Financier. So that's the name of the app. And then we're going to have that. And then from here, we're going to work on the right side now. So I'm going to write a little comment. It's very useful to have some comments in there just to designate certain sections of the UI so you know where to go. And then from here, we're going to do flex between. I'm going to do a gap of 2 REM, like so. And inside this flex between, I'm going to have 2 boxes. So I'm going to create a box here and another box there. So we're just going to have two sections for different links. So if we go back here, we have a flex between, this is basically the right side. And as you can see, let me open up so we can see our pesticide. We can see that this is two segments over here. So we want to imitate that with right here. And inside our box, I'm going to do SX. I'm going to write and colon hover. So this is a pseudo selector. So one cool thing about Material UI is that we can have a pseudo selector directly on the component itself. So we don't have to do anything crazy. And we can just pass in palette primary 100. It's just you have to be aware of this syntax, which is and colon hover. Basically that represents whatever your element you are currently on, and we want to select when it's hovered. So over here, inside, I'm going to create a link. And this is from Material UI. And this allows us to navigate to different pages. This one's going to be dashboard. And as you can see, it's telling us we're missing some props, so we're going to be adding those. So 2 is basically where this URL takes us. So this is going to represent the dashboard. So this one is just going to take us to where it currently is. And then when you do on click, we are also going to set selected to be dashboard. Like so. So this states right here, set selected dashboard. This is more for, it's not for navigation purposes, but it's more for so we can highlight the text when it's selected. So the way we do that is we can add a style tag. And this is because React Router DOM is, this is a React Router DOM component, not a Material UI component. So that's why we're not using SX. We're using style, which is for React Router DOM. So over here, I'm going to set the color to be if selected is equal to dashboard. I'm going to say inherit. So it's just going to grab the color that it currently is, which is primary 100 from the parent. And then I'm going to do palette dot, oops, not that, palette dot gray 700. So this will give us primary 100 when it's selected, palette gray 700 when it's not. And we're going to set text decoration to be inherit. So it's going to grab the same styling that the top box is. And this provides us a proper text decoration for dashboard. All right. And then from there, we're also going to we're actually just going to copy the entire thing over here and we're going to paste it for the second one. And we're just going to modify a few things. So this should be predictions. And I'm also going to set selected as permissions as predictions as well. And actually, I should have just selected all of these. I'm going to say predictions over here. So these two are pretty much identical. And as you can see, we have dashboard and predictions. So if I go over predictions, that will take us to the predictions URL, and dashboard will take us to the home page. So that is basically our simple navigation. That's it. This is all we need. This one section will give us all the navigation as well as what we had in our app, which determines what elements are going to be displayed. Oh, I had a typo over here. And with that, that's pretty much our nav bar fully complete. So we just have two divs over here with separation, and this is just for display, and this is for navigation. So now if we go back, we're going to go to app.tsx, and now we're going to be working on our dashboard page. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of this placeholder. I'm going to do dashboard, which is a component we haven't created. So I'm going to import dashboard from @/scenes/dashboard : So I'm going to save that. I'm going to go over here in our dashboard. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this index.tsx. So by the way, if you haven't noticed, with the nav bar like this, we are basically getting the nav bar when you have index.tsx. So we don't have to actually specify the file if it's called index. So just be note that if we call it index, we don't really have to mention the file on the last part of it. So here in our dashboard, let's go over here and let's fill this out. So we're going to do TSRAFCE, and we're going to fill that out. We're going to add dashboard like so. And so if I save this, we can see the dashboard is now updated. It's still like kind of like a black color. So if I just do this, let's just do box MUI material. We can just do color, and we can set the palette to be like that using use theme. We're just going to grab our color and we're just going to paste the palette dot gray. Oh no, 300. So if we do that, this is now a color of white. But this is not what we're going to use. It's just to demonstrate that our dashboard is currently working as expected. And I'm going to erase import React. I'm going to save this and keep this. All right, so now this is the dashboard. So if we take a look at the final build, we can see on larger screens, I'm going to hide this for now. On larger screens, we have this very complex layout. So now a lot of people have questions on whether you should use Flexbox or grid. Now, Flexbox is good for one-dimensional layouts, meaning it's one direction. For something like this is perfect for Flexbox because it's just one direction. So it's horizontal, or it can be vertical. But if it's both horizontal and vertical, and you have maybe like a 2x2 box, this is, even in those cases, grid is much more cleaner and easier to use. Once you have the setup and once you have the understanding, it can be a very helpful tool to use instead of Flexbox. And especially something like this, where we have very asymmetrical situations and there's like different places where everything's going. Flexbox is quite difficult and it's going to add a lot of like verbosity to your code. So instead, we're going to use grid. Now, before we go and implement CSS Grid, let's actually discuss CSS Grid a little bit. So if you go to this cheat sheet, which is a link in the description below, we have a lot of little attributes that we can put for our CSS Grid. So on the container component, for like the parent component of the div, we can have a display of grid and we can change a lot of these things depending on what we want. So the most common thing that you would use for grid is going to be grid template. So these are called auto grid. Basically, what it's basically doing is if you want a grid template of 3x3, you can just do repeat 3, comma, and then the size of the grid unit that you want. So if you repeat 3, you have 3 sections, and then each of them are going to be 12 pixel. Or you can do auto if you want the rows to be automatically placed. So these are like different settings that you can do, and this is very common for more symmetrical type layouts, and it's very convenient. So if you have like a 2-dimensional grid, but it's kind of symmetrical for these scenarios, this is very good for those. Grid gap is like a gap that we use, so that's essentially the same. These attributes are very similar to what you would know for Flex. So basically, it'll determine how the grid is basically aligned. So you can just use these, and you can look at the cheat sheet for those. And then the grid column, grid row, you can specify if you're using something like this grid template, maybe there's a section on maybe like the third one, you want that to be 2 units vertically instead. That's how you can specify with grid column and grid row. You can determine how long the grid is specifically starting, like grid column 1. Basically, it starts from 1 and it ends at the 3rd unit. So that's why this one is 2. If you do span of 3, it's going to take 3 spots, so on and so forth. So you can take a look at all of these. Now, the only thing missing is actually grid areas. So this cheat sheet doesn't actually have grid areas because grid areas is very special. So when you see a layout like this one, so this layout is very complicated and has very specific scenarios. You can use grid template columns and you can use grid like specifying how long or how minutes each grid item takes. However, there's a better way to handle this with grid areas. So grid areas is a very useful property for setting up very complex layouts. So we have something called grid template areas for CSS. And what we can do is we can actually manually input how we want the layout to look like. So if you look at something like this, grid template areas, this will give us the entire first row would be for this particular element. Same with BCC, BCC. So B would be this first one, CC would be the other two. And then we can change this and we can see all the B's right here would represent this section, A and then CC like that. So grid template areas is very good for something like this. And we can also add like a dot if we want nothing in there, so we can have a weird layout like this. Now it doesn't show you, but we also sometimes need to set the grid basically like how many columns we want and how many rows. So we're going to be doing that for our layout. So for something like this, it's better to show you. So let's get started with that. So if I go back, I'm going to close this out, and then over here, I'm going to have a box, and I'm going to be setting the settings over here. So I'm just going to actually get rid of the color because we're not going to have any text specifically right here. So I'm going to set the width to be 100% and a height of 100%. And I'm going to set display is equal to grid. So I'm going to save that. We're going to have that on the next line. And I'm going to give each of them a gap of 1.5 rem. So everything is going to have a space of 1.5 rem. And what I want over here is I'm going to go and set the next line, and we're going to do SX like this. I'm going to set grid template areas, and I'm going to set grid template. This is a variable we have not specified. So actually, let's go and specify that. So now this is going to be a little tricky for me to display this, but if I go over here, let's actually move this until it splits up. So we're going to do responsive design, but let's first do our dashboard. So if you take a look here, we have 3 on the first row, but we kind of have some kind of weird layouts going over here. So the way I did it is we're going to split this into three units horizontally. Because if you take a look, these are all evenly spaced. So we don't have to worry about horizontal because it's just 3 columns essentially. But vertically, it's a little different and very tricky. So what we're going to do is we're going to split this actually into 12 units. So right here, maybe not 12. Actually, this is going to be 10 units. So this right here, this first one is going to be 4 units vertically. This is going to be 3 units vertically, and this is also going to be 3. This is going to be 4. This is going to be 2, and this is going to be 4. And this is going to be 3. This is going to be 3. This is going to be 2 and 2. So you can see it's a very complex layout, even though it kind of looks simple, but it's kind of tricky to set this up. So I'm going to set const grid template. And apologize for the small screen, but I want to show you the actual dashboard while I do this. And the way we do this is you want to use template strings. Make sure you have template literals. And for each line, we need to do double quotes like this. And we are going to set by letters. We're going to say ABC. So A, B, C. So if we see A is going to represent this particular box. So over here, I'm going to set A again because I said this is 4 units, like so. And we're going to keep doing that. A, B, C. And then finally, since this one is still 4, so we're going to have A, B. But this particular one on the fourth unit vertically, we're going to have a different widget over there. So this is going to be F. So we're going to call that one F over here. This will be A, B, C, D, E, F. So that's how we will align this essentially. And then this is going to be D, and then E, and then F. So D, E, F. And this is going to be 3 units. So we're going to keep doing that. So D, and then E is still there. F is still there. And then this next line is going to be where it changes. So we're going to have D, and then since this is F, this is going to be G, H, I, J. So this part is going to be H over here. And then the right side is going to be I, like that. And then next is going to be G, H, I, and then G, H, J, and then G, H, J. And then by doing so, we now actually have our grid template area. However, we have not specified the units. So instead over here, I'm going to go down over here. I'm going to set grid template columns. And what I'm going to do is to set the columns up. So the columns is going to be just 3. So we're going to say repeat 3. And we're going to do a min max of 300. Excuse me. Like that, min max 370 pixel with 1 FR. So let me explain what this is doing. Let me add a comma. So right here, grid template columns means when we're on the big, let's close that. When we're in the large screen over here, we're going to split this column into 3 repeated columns. But the minimum of each column should be 370 pixel. It should never be smaller than this. Because the reason why I set that is because if it goes smaller than that, it's like the charts get too scrunched up and it doesn't look good. However, if we have lots of space, this is not a space. This is not a particular screen size where we'll have lots of space. But if we did have a very wide screen, we will go to 1 FR. So that will be 1 complete fractional unit. So that means it'll just split into 3 like this. So we have a min max that represents that. It just never goes below this. And by default, we're just going to have them split evenly. So we want to make sure that's secured. And then from here, let me go on to the next line. I'll refresh that. We're going to have a grid template rows, and we're going to say repeat. And I said vertically, we're going to have 10 units. And I'm going to set this min max of 60 pixels. So 60 pixels represents 1 unit. So 60 for this one, which is 4 units vertically, this will be 6 times 4. If I can do 60 times 4, if I can do my math correct. So that's 240 pixel vertically. So that's what this represents, minimum. And then we want to do 1 fractional unit. So we split that. And we need a comma. And by doing so, we now have our grid. We just haven't set up the individual elements like we have here. So we're not going to see anything, but let's do that next. Okay, so from here, I'm going to get rid of dashboard. I'm going to write box, and I'm going to make sure we close that. I'm going to say grid area, and this is just going to represent A. So we're just going to represent each of these elements. So you just have to tag which element represents which section. So this one is going to be A. And for now, we're just going to do BG color, which represents a background color. And all I'm just going to do is add 000, just so we can see this. Actually, this should be, let's do FFF. So this will be a white color. So now we can see the box over here. We just have a box in this particular section. And then from here, I'm going to copy this many more times until we have enough of the letters. So I'm going to go through and add until we have all the way from A to J. So I'm just going to continually add that. So I'm going to say D, E, F, G, H, I, J. And voila. Now that we have that, we can see we have our perfect grid layout. So that is pretty much identical to what we see here. So we have 1 by 4 units, 1 by 4, 1 by 3. So basically that represents the same layout over here. And you can see everything else is pretty much identical. So that is perfect. So this is the power of grid template areas. You have full control over here with how the layout is going to look like. And it's pretty easy to set up. After you have this, you don't have to worry about what order the elements appear. You just have to know that this section corresponds with the A section. J represents this last section, and so on and so forth. Now, if you notice, this is not responsive. If you go like this, we're just going to have the same level because what we have done is minimum is going to be 370 pixels. So at the minimum, this is going to be 300 pixels if it's on small screens, and 1 fractional unit if we're large enough. So if you see it now, at some point, it becomes, what was it, 1/3 of a split of the screen. So that's how this is going to affect it. Same with the grid template rows, 60 pixels. So now this is just dependent on the screen height. And so we're going to have that. So that represents like the height of this thing. So to do responsive, let's actually do that next. So to do responsive layout, let's actually look at our current application, like a completed application. So this is our final application. And if I go through a smaller screen, you can see some of the width doesn't automatically adjust on width if you like decrease it manually, by the way. So if you take a look, it's getting cut off. You kind of do have to refresh, but no one's resizing the window browser horizontally usually. So we don't have to worry about that because it's more, this is because Recharts. You can blame Recharts for this. Like, I don't know how to fix that. It's just going to have to accept the shortcomings with that. So right here, all we know is that every single widget, basically, to make it simple, is going to be 1 column. Everything is on 1 column length over here. And some of them do have higher height, as we saw before. Like this one has a higher height compared to this one. So this one's a little shorter, this particular box. So we're going to have to make account with that with grid template areas. So all we have to do for this section is we're going to grab use media query. So I'm going to grab const is above medium, say medium screens. And what we're grabbing is use media query from MUI materials. So this is a built-in hook that Material UI has, and we can specify a breakpoint, say min-width, and we can set this as 1200 pixel. Once we have this, we can use this Boolean to determine when we are at a minimum width of 1200 pixel or not. So this will help us determine that. And if it is below this particular breakpoint, we can add a different condition for grid template. So we can have a different grid template for smaller screens. So let's do that. So I'm actually going to call this, I'm going to grab both of these. Actually, let's just add a double cursor. I'm basically modifying both of these. So I'm going to say grid template large screens. So that's our original, but we also want a second one, and we're going to call this grid template small screens, like so. I'm going to do the same thing, except this time this is going to just be very, very long, but it's just going to be 1 long single column for each one. So I'm just going to copy everything over, but I'm just going to change these as we go. And I'm just going to, let's say, I'm basically removing everything. I just want a single line for everything. So I'm going to continue down C, like so. And note that I'm keeping like the vertical height the same. So there's 4 A's, 3 B's. Oh, I actually added 4 C's, but it should be 3 C. So as you can see, we have 3 C's over here. We're going to do the same thing with 3 D's. D, like so. Copy this over, paste it, and then we're going to do 2 E's. So E, E, and then 3 F's. I know it's a little tedious, but it makes a lot of sense. Then I'm going to use G. So 3 G's. And I think there's 4 H's. Change those. and then I, J, J. So, oops. So we're going to have I's over there, J over there. So once we save that, we now have grid template small screens. So what we do over here is in our SX component, right before our second curly brackets, I'm going to say is above medium screens. I'm going to put a ternary operator. So if it is above medium screens, so that's going to be representing when it's larger screens like this. And then we're going to have a condition where we have lower and smaller screens. So we're going to say grid template areas, and I'm going to say grid template small screens like so. And then from here, I can copy grid template columns and grid template rows. And we're actually going to change this because this is repeat 3 columns. We're going to have a 1 column layout. So the only thing we need to set up is the width of the 1 column layout. And in this case, it's just 1 fractional unit because there's only 1 column. We just have to say 1 fractional unit is representative of the column structure. And then from here, I'm going to say auto. This should be not template columns. This should be auto because we're just going to have it set as auto. We don't really need the template. Grid auto columns is very similar. Because this is so simple, we could just have this automatically set everything up. And so I'm going to set this as 80 pixel. So we want everything to be 80 pixels from the beginning. So I'm going to save that. And I'm going to go over here. And as you can see, we have our layout. As you can see, some have longer heights compared to other ones, which is smaller, for example, like this one. And so it is basically following this particular grid template screen. I know this is kind of long, but it makes a lot more sense. It makes a lot of sense. When you come back to this code, this will be very self-explanatory. It's very simple. You just have this, and then you just see that the grid template areas is specifying the particular layout. Same with the small screens as well. You can see what it's looking like, and it makes easy sense. If you use Flexbox or if you used other type of grid, this can be a lot more chaotic and hard to manage. Now that we have that set up, now we have the layout completely set up for both responsive and non-responsive. You can see how easy that was. Now we just need to set up each box and the styling. So what we're going to do, since the styling for each of these boxes is going to be similar, we're just going to create another component over here. Actually, let's reduce the size so you can focus on code now. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this, it stops glitching, so dashboard box tsx. And this is going to be a styled component again. So it's not a regular component, it is a styled component. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to flex between. I'm going to copy everything over, and we're just going to modify it from here. So I'm going to select both of the flex between, and I'm going to call this dashboard box. And then from here, I'm going to say styled box, and I'm going to pass in theme over here. And the reason why I'm passing this theme is that I need to use the color. And the way to do this, I know there's a lot of curly brackets and it's kind of hard to notice kind of what's going on, but it is necessary for this particular use case. So I'm going to close it like that. Then we have our theme. And then here we're going to change a few things. So I'm going to grab background color. So we're going to start with that. I'm going to give this a theme.palette.background.light. So that will represent the background color. And then we're going to have a border radius of 1 rem, like so. And a box shadow. And this is going to be kind of long, but it is what makes it looks pretty nice. So 0.15 rem, 0.2 rem, 0.15 rem, 0.1 rem, RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.8, like so. And then I'm going to save that, and there's no update here because we have not used it yet. So I'm going to go over to our index file, and I'm going to import, and actually instead of importing, I can just do dashboard box like so, and import like that. And what I'm going to do, actually, let's just get rid of this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just select every single dashboard, or sorry, box over here. I'm going to pass in dashboard box instead. And I'm going to get rid of the BG color because we don't need that. And for some reason, I didn't click the last one as well. So let's fix that. And after that, let's actually test and see. Perfect. As you can see, the styling is different. I'm going to open it up so we can see. Perfect. So it has an interesting box shadow. This is a styling that I don't really do too much, but it looked very nice. So I have a dashboard box, and this is like a box shadow, but it's not very blurred. So that's kind of a nice effect over here. All right, and then from here, I'm going to just remove this. We're actually not using usename on this page, so let's just get rid of that. I'm going to save it. And notice over here, if we have all of these components, there's going to be a lot of code that we have to write for our JSX. There's going to be a lot of logic as well. So trying to fit all of that logic onto this particular component is kind of unwieldy. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here. We're going to split this up into 3 rows. So the first row is going to be represented by these first 3. Second row is these 3. And then the third row will be all 4 of these at the bottom. So we're going to make sure we split it out into those sections. So if I go over here, I'm going to create new components for each of these. So row 1 TSX, and then new file, row 2 TSX, new file, row 3.tsx. And by doing so, I'm just going to copy or cut everything out over here. And I'm going to go to row 1, write TSRAFCE, and we're going to have row 1 over there, but I am going to get rid of all the JSX over here and surround this via empty fragment. So this is React where you can put this without having to add a new, like an element. But anyways, we have our 3 dashboard boxes over here. So I'm going to make sure I import it, which I can do using IntelliSense like that. And now we have dashboard box over here. Save that. And then I'm going to import row 1 using IntelliSense over here. And we can just pass in like that. So we now have row 1. This should be exactly the same result from before. And we're going to do the same exact thing for row 2 and row 3. So I'm going to do TSRAFCE for this one. Grab these 3 again. Pass it over here. Add empty fragments. Make sure I import dashboard box as well over here. Save it. And we should be good to go for row 2 once we have it saved. I think, yeah, the IntelliSense is lagging. Sometimes the IntelliSense can be lagging if you have a lot of files. And then row 2, I'm just going to import that again. And then the final one, going to grab this again, go to row 3, TSRAFCE, go over here, paste it, add empty fragment, like so. And then over here, IntelliSense with dashboard box, save it, and then add the row 3 over here. Sometimes it's important to refactor like this. If this is going to be a very long component, we want to split that out into manageable chunks. So over here, we now have an unused component in the dashboard index page. So we're just going to get rid of that. One thing I want to get rid of is the type props. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to go down and I'm going to remove this because we don't have any types props coming in. So we don't have to import that. Now I know what you're thinking. This is a TypeScript project, but we haven't even touched any kind of TypeScript. Well, right now we didn't need to use TypeScript for anything. There's nothing valuable as of right now because we're just setting up layouts. TypeScript comes becomes valuable when you're actually dealing with data. So right now we don't have any data. We haven't created our backend. We haven't done anything of that sort. So we haven't need any kind of TypeScript or typing as of yet. But once we make API calls and get the response, that's when we will use types from TypeScript to really narrow in and make sure we don't have any bugs with our data. All right, so the next thing we're going to be using is going to be Redux Toolkit. So Redux Toolkit is a set of utilities and tools that simplifies the process of building applications using Redux, which is a popular state management library for JavaScript applications. So we are going to use Redux Toolkit to manage state so we can access the state globally. And we're going to be using Redux Toolkit query on top of that so we can grab or make API calls, and that data can be stored in the global store easily. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to our folder, state, and I'm going to write api.ts. And here we're going to be setting up our boilerplate for Redux Toolkit. All right, so from here, we're going to create our boilerplate for Redux Toolkit query. So we're going to import create API. Actually, it doesn't seem to pop up on the IntelliSense. Sometimes it doesn't work properly if it's too nested. And I believe that's the reason why it's not popping up. So I'm going to do from @Redux.js Toolkit query/React. So in here, I'm going to do export const API, and we're going to create, oops, didn't mean to do that, create API like that. And we're going to pass in parens, and we're going to pass in curly braces like that. And we're going to say base query fetch base query like so. And I'm going to pass in base URL. I'm going to pass in with colon, I'm going to do import meta. I'll explain everything as I go once I finish writing this. But import meta.env.vite base URL. All right, so what's happening here is we're basically using Redux.js Toolkit query. We're using create API. So this will allow us to make endpoints that we can use to call our backend. So we can grab data from our backend using this particular setup. And to do this, we have some boilerplate code that we need to set up. And the way we do this is by setting base query. We're going to be using fetch base query as a function from Redux Toolkit query. And in our base URL, we're passing in the environment variable we added earlier. So over here, we added HTTP localhost 1337. So that's the URL that we're going to call every time we make an API call. And then from here, I'm going to do reducer path, and I'm going to say main. So now all this means is this is the name of the reducer and the slice in Redux. So basically, if you're not familiar with Redux, it's just a name for this particular, API calls. So it's just a name. It's just a name. Don't worry about it being too fancy buzzword types. And then from here, I'm going to write tag types. And in here, I'm going to start with KPI. Actually, let's leave it blank for now. So these are tags. So these are what's being used to keep information. And this is the name of each API data. And I'll cover that shortly. It'll make more sense when I actually do it. So this is just a lot of simple boilerplate that once you set up should be pretty simple. Once you have this, we're going to do build, and we're going to pass in an empty object. So this is the endpoint. So this is where we actually create our API calls. And the first one we're going to create is going to be get KPIs, and we're going to do build.query. I'm going to pass in an empty object. I'm going to say query parens, like so, and I'm going to call this KPI/KPIs / comma, and over here I'm going to say provides tags with curly braces, going to be KPIs, and over here this is going to be KPIs as well. So the whole thing about what's happening here is that essentially we're using this endpoint get KPIs, and we're making a call using this as a base URL, so localhost 1337, And then we're going to make an API call to this particular base URL /KPI/KPIs. So I know the URL is a little weird, but basically that's how this particular API call is set up. So this will set up a function that will grab our KPIs, which is key performance indicators. So that will be grabbing information, and we're going to be saving it into KPIs tag. So that's essentially what this is doing. It's a lot of boilerplate, and just understanding the basics of that. Once you have that, it's super easy to create another one. So if I wanted to create another API call, I could just do get KPIs to or whatever and just change this, and then you have another API call, and that's all you have to do. And then from here, we can just do export const use get KPIs query. So if you have that, actually, let's do this, because just to give you a better understanding how this is easier for you to, we can just write export const with the curly braces that are empty equals API. So in here, we can write use get KPIs query. So this already exists once you have the API. So IntelliSense will tell you that you can grab use get KPIs query from this. So basically it's just the same name as this right here, except with a prefix of use and a suffix of query. So that's how you grab this particular hook. And then if you wanted to use the hook, all you have to do is go to row 1, and above here you can say, hey, const data, which is going to be the result that we get, and we just have to do use get KPIs query and grab it from our API call. So this is everything we need to make an API call right here. The only thing left is that this seems to give us an error. It says expected 1 to 2 arguments but got 0. That's because of Typescript. So typically when you create these queries, you just want to pass in void like this. So this will make it so that we don't really need any arguments for now, but we will add those types in a little bit. So stay tuned for that. So once we have that, it takes a little bit of time, but this will go away after we do that. So yeah, so as you can see there. And the reason why right here you don't see anything is because we haven't set up our provider and our store for Redux yet. So we're going to be doing that right now. So I'm going to go to main.tsx over here, and we have to add provider from React Redux. And then I'm going to import configure store from Redux Toolkit, and then import setup listeners from this query. This actually should not be dist, it should be just query. And then I'm going to import API from @Redux.js. Actually, no, that's not. So we're going to do API like this from @/state/API. So that's grabbing the actual API that we just created earlier. And then from here, I'm going to do export const store, configure store like so. And then I'm going to pass in reducer. And then in here, I'm going to do API.reducer path. I'm going to do :API.reducer like so. And then over here, I'm going to do middleware :get default. I'm going to pass in get default .concat API.middleware, comma. And over here, I'm going to do setup listeners. I'm going to pass in store.dispatch like so. And then finally, over here with the React strict mode, I'm going to replace this with provider. I'm going to pass in store is equal to store. So essentially, this will set up our API reducer path. So basically, our Redux Toolkit query API slice, we're passing it over here with API.reducer. So that's the thing we exported earlier. And then the middleware is just configuration that we need to set up with our API. So Redux Toolkit query works, same with setup listeners. So that will help us make it work. So once we have that, everything should essentially work. So we're waiting for this. And as you can see, everything is back to normal. Now, the data that this is going to be fetching over here is not going to call anything because we're not hitting our endpoint that doesn't exist. So we are going to be creating our backend next. All right, so to set up our backend, we're going to open up our terminal. Let me close this. And I'm going to close out our server. We don't really need it right now at the moment. So I'm going to do cd ... So I go out of the client directory, and I'm going to do make dir, which is make directory server. So we're creating a folder, and we're going to go into the server folder we just created. So you should see over here that we just created this server directory with nothing in it for now. But over here, I'm just going to close this. I'm going to do npm init-y. So this will initialize npm and the packages, or a package JSON file for us with all the default settings. So we have this file like this. And in here, I'm going to install a number of packages. So we're going to install Express, which is going to be the framework for Node.js to handle APIs, so make it easy. Then I'm going to install Body Parser. So this will be able to handle information that's coming from like a body of a request. Then we're going to install Cores, which will handle like cross-origin resource sharing requests so that you can call from a different URL. Then a .env to handle environment variables. Helmet is for API endpoint security. Morgan for handling console logs. So anytime we hit an endpoint, it's going to console log information. And I'm going to install Mongoose as well, which will be an ORM used for MongoDB. And then also Mongoose currency. So we can handle numbers and values that are monetary, like currency values. So we're going to be installing all of these right here. And then from here, I'm going to do npm i-d. So it's a dev dependency. I'm going to install node mon. So this will allow us to run our server, but it will automatically refresh if we change some files. And then from here, I'm going to close the terminal. And in our server directory, I'm going to create a new file called this index.js. And in here, I'm going to close the exploratory. I'm going to import Express from Express like this. And one thing to note, if we want to use imports, we're going to have to go to package.json, and then we're going to have to write type : module like so we can use the imports. And then from here, I'm going to import body parser. From body parser, I'm going to import Mongoose from Mongoose, import Cores from Cores like that, import .env from .env, and then import helmet like that, then import Morgan like so. So we have all our imports ready over here. And then we're going to do our configurations. So I'm going to make a comment, say configurations. And I'm going to do .env.config. I'm going to do const app is equal to express app.use express JSON app.use helmet, and we're going to invoke it. And by the way, this is a lot of just boilerplate, so we can use each of these packages. So you kind of have to configure these so that you can use them properly. And then from here, I'm going to do cross origin resource policy, and we're going to set this policy to be cross origin. I'm going to do app.use Morgan, set this to be common, app.use body parser.json, app.use body parser.url encoded. And we're going to put extended, it's going to be false. And then app.use cores, and we're going to invoke that. We're going to save that. And then from here, I'm going to do our Mongoose setup over here as a comment, but we're going to be setting up our MongoDB shortly. But before that, I'm going to save this. I'm going to go to package.json one more time. And under scripts, I'm going to do dev : like so, node mon index.js. Actually, we should have a comma over here as well. So this will allow us to run our index.js file. So if I go over here, I'm just going to say console log hello, and I'm going to open up our terminal, and let's just make sure everything is working. So we're going to just run npm run dev. And there we go. We have our file basically running. It exited because we don't have any kind of server running yet, but it did console log our hello. So it means everything is working as expected and there's no errors that we are aware of. So I'm going to save it. It's going to redo it, but we're just going to keep it like that. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be setting up our Mongo database. So MongoDB is a NoSQL database, and you can go to the link in the description to go mongodb.com. You can sign in or start free, and this is where you can sign up. So I already have an account that's already signed up. And once you have signed up, you're going to see a dashboard that looks like this. It might be, the UI might be a little different because I didn't just sign up. Yours might be different. There might be more instructions. But anyways, we're going to click build a database or whatever, depending on what you have. But what you want to choose is M0, which is free. And we want to choose a region closest to us. Mine's Oregon. And we cannot change once it's created. So we're going to keep this as cluster 0. You can call it whatever you want. And once we have that, we're just going to hit create. And then from here, we're just going to have some information. We're just going to have some password. I'm going to just call this 1234 so I can easily remember. But this really doesn't matter. But for your database, you want to make sure these are username and passwords that you can remember. So we want to make sure we create it because this is going to be the user that can log into your database. So we're going to create the user. And then from here, we're going to go down and you want to choose my local environment. If you want to use cloud environment, you can do that as well. But over here, you're going to see an IP access list. So you have entries to your IP access right here. And what you want to do is you want to add your current IP address. So I've already added this IP address. So make sure you add your own IP address. Then from there, once you have that, you want to hit finish and close. We can just do go to database. Don't worry about that. And once this will start loading for you. Once you have that, you're going to be able to see our connected database. So this is our cluster that we've created and it has collections. So that is where we are storing our data. But before we do that, we're going to go to our database access. And you can see over here, we have 2 users and you probably only have 1, but I have 2 users, just some dummy email. If I want to access this right now only has read, write, any database access. So if I want to, I can change the role over here and I can change this to Atlas admin if I want. So give it more permission. So if you want to do that, you can do that as well. So this will give us ultimate access. So this all depends on whatever your use case is. You can change the roles as needed. But either way, we can go to database. And over here, we can see browse collections. So this is going to be where our database information is going to be put. But for now, we're going to ignore that. We're going to go back to overview. Right? Actually, we're going to click the database over here so we can see everything. And we're going to hit connect. I'm going to hit connect your application. And over here, this is the link that we want to use. We're going to have a username and then we're going to use password over here. So I'm going to copy this. And the username and password are going to represent the user that we want to use. Once we have this copied, we're going to go back to our server directory. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this .env. This is where we will keep our environment variables. I'm going to call this Mongo URL, and I'm going to paste everything that I had in quotes like this right here. So we have the username over here, and that's what we're going to change. So if we go back over here, you can go to database access. We want to put the username over here and the password. So now I labeled the password pretty simple. I'm going to do 1234. Make sure that you are using your own username and password. Last time someone was using this empty database and they're saving their data in this MongoDB, but you want to make sure you're using your account and just use this instead. Because I usually just delete some of the databases and I don't really care what I do with them. So your data might get lost if you're using this one. So anyways, we're going to set the port to be 1337. So that aligns with the base URL we set earlier. So if we were setting over here, Vite base URL 1337, this is the URL we're going to hit. And that is aligned with this port right here. Okay, so I'm going to close this and I'm going to go back to our index.js file. And in here, we can now connect to our Mongo database. So I'm going to say port is equal to process.env.port. So this is how we access the environment variable that we just created. And we're doing or 9000. So this is basically a backup for our port. And over here, I'm going to do mongoose. I'm going to do .connect. I'm going to set process.env.mongo _URL. I'm going to pass in an object over here. I'm going to say use new URL parser. So these are some settings that I kind of like, but you don't really need to do them. So I'm going to set that to be true. Use unified topology. I'm going to set that to be true as well. And over here, I'm going to set .then. I'm going to say async with a callback function. I'm going to pass in app.listen. And we're going to be listening to our port. Basically, this is where we essentially start up our server. This should be async. I spelled that incorrectly. And we should do console.log. And we're going to do server port. And I'm going to pass in our port environment variable over here. I'm going to set .catch. And I'm going to set error. And we are going to be using console.log. I'm going to say error and did not connect, like so. And once we have saved this, we seem to have a problem. So let's actually look at this. Oh, it seems like we are already using this port. So let me fix that. I'm using this on a different screen. So let me cancel this out real quick. Okay, yeah, so on my other screen, I was running a different server in the background, so you don't have to worry about anything. So let's just rerun npm run dev, and let's actually see. Now we have server port 1337 completely working. So this is running this part right here. So everything is working as expected. All right, so I'm going to close this terminal over here, and I'm going to open up our directory in our server, and I'm going to go over and in our server folder, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this .gitignore. So this is for GitHub. We want to ignore certain files. We don't want to expose these environment variables to the public. So to do that, we're just going to ignore them. So I'm going to do .env as well. And then another folder that we want to ignore is going to be node modules, because node modules is a bunch of packages that we can install. For anyone who installs the GitHub, they'll be able to access this just by installing, but this is too big, so we're not going to push that up to GitHub. So we're going to save that for gitignore. And then finally, I want to go over and I want to create a new folder called data, and this is going to be our seed data. So I already have a bunch of seed data that we can feed into our database. So this is basically mock data that we can add, and I already have everything set up for you. So you don't have to create your own mock data, which is kind of tedious and kind of annoying. But if you take a look at the link in the description below, there is a link to the mock data, and all you're going to do is just going to go to that particular file, copy it, and then paste everything in there. It's a very long file, 4,000, because it has all the data we're going to need, and we're going to pass that in to our database. So we're going to save that. And now before we go and set up our models and data and our routes, I want to go and talk about data modeling for our current application. So this application is very simple in terms of data modeling. We could make it more complex, but I opted to keep this one very simple. So we only have 3 basic models. Now, if you're not sure what a model basically is, it just means that we're basically creating the equivalent of objects in our database that represents like one piece of entity in our database. Now I'm using a lot of fancy terms, but if you take a look, we have an entity called transaction, and this represents a single transaction that the user has made to create an order or whatever, and we have different properties of that transaction. For example, we need an ID, we also need a buyer, or we need to include the name of the buyer, the amount, and the product IDs. So basically this model, this data, is how we structure our information into our database. So that's all what this data modeling is. It's just a way of organizing data. It's like organizing a room. You just want pieces to be organized properly. So you have all your socks in one location, you have your shirts in one location, things like that. That is the same concept for databases. And we need to organize it in a very specific way that makes a lot of sense. Now, when you start dealing with very complex and scalable applications where there's a lot of information, you generally need like a very, very complex structure, and you have to plan it for a while, and you have to think about how you're going to do it. But in this case, we're going to have a very simple data model. We don't want to make this very complex. So here we have a key performance indicator. So this is just overall data. So the daily data of how much transactions happens per day or happens per month, and the total profit, total revenue, etc., etc. Transactions is another piece. Product is another piece. Now, if you look at these arrows, these represent relationships between these two models. So for example, the array of product IDs and transactions represent a single ID for each product. And the same goes with transactions. So you can have an array of array of transaction IDs, and each product can list all the transactions that are relevant to this product. So you can show relationships between different models. Now, this is for MongoDB. Even in MongoDB, you generally want to display this information and organize your data beforehand. However, if you're doing with SQL, this is going to use something slightly different, but we're not going to talk about SQL today. So this is the way we are going to set up, and a link in the description below if you want to take a look at this. All right, and then from here, I'm going to close the data. I'm going to close the package.json. Over here at the top, I'm going to import KPI routes. We haven't created this, but if we want to separate our routes, we can do something like this. And make sure that in Node.js, we need to specify the .js. In React, we didn't have to in the front end, but in this case, we're going to have to specify it. We haven't created this file, but we will shortly. So over here, I'm going to go to right below configurations, and I'm going to set up our routes. So this is where we say app.use. We're going to have a /KPI entry point for our KPI routes. So you can think of it as the enter points for these specific routes that we create. And then from here, we're going to go and I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this routes. And in this folder, we want to create a new file. And I'm going to say kpi.js. And in here, I'm going to do some imports. I'm going to import express from express like so. And then I'm going to import, actually we don't need to import. We're going to say const router, and we're going to say express.router. And over here, I want to do export default router, but in between these guys, I'm going to do router.get. So again, this is the actual route, and the previous what we set up was the entry point for these specific routes. So you can have multiple routes in this page if we wanted to. For our purposes, we're only going to have one. But either way, we're going to have a callback function over here, and we're going to say try, and then catch. We want to make sure we catch an error. I'm going to say res.status. If you have a status of an error, we can just say 404 for now. We're not going to do any complicated error handling, so we're just going to keep it like this. I'm going to say error.message, and I'm going to save it. And inside our try block, I want to grab the KPI's data from our database. And we're going to do kpi.find, but we have not created this yet. So to grab information from our database, we're going to use something called Mongoose. So Mongoose is basically something called Object Document Mapping, ODM. So if you ever heard of ORM, which is Object Relational Mapping, is the equivalent for NoSQL. So ODM does the same thing ORM does, but for NoSQL databases. Now, what Object Document Mapping will do is it helps us set up a model that will make it easy to call our database and grab information. It's just an easier way to grab information directly from the database. Otherwise, you'd have to use raw SQL or raw, I don't exactly know the equivalent for Mongo database, but you would have to use something that's more closer to like the database and actually call the database properly. Whereas ODMs will make it easier for you to call these things. And the way to do this is we're going to create a new folder in our server component. I'm going to call this models. And inside here, I'm going to create a file called sometimes it glitches, so I need to do that. So KPI.js. And in here, we're going to set up our models. So I'm going to do import Mongoose from Mongoose, like so. And I'm going to import, and this is specifically for Mongoose currency, because we want to set up some currency types. And this is one way to do it. And over here, I'm going to say const schema is equal to Mongoose schema. So every time we set up a schema, we're going to have to set up this way. And I'm going to do const KPI schema is equal to new schema, like so. And this is where we're going to set up our schema. Before that, let's set up the boilerplate first. So I'm going to say KPI is equal to mongoose.model. I'm going to set this as KPI, and I'm going to say KPI schema, like so. And I'm going to export default KPI. So this will essentially create our model. Now we just need to provide it the same information that we were looking at when it came to the model structure. So for example, we can take a look at our data modeling diagram, and we can see total profit, total revenue, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to have to identify each one of these into our schema. So the first thing is going to be total profit. And what we need to set in this object is going to be mongoose.types.currency. So that is this particular type. This load type from Mongoose currency allows us to use this. And actually, we need to set up one more thing for that to work, which is load type and Mongoose. And by doing so, now we have access to this particular currency type. And so total profit will be able to take in a decimal of 2 decimals and a number. And that will allow us to convert it as necessary. And I know this is a little tricky when it comes to currency, but this is probably the best way to set it up in the database. And what we can do is after that, we can set the currency to USD. So whatever currency you want to use, you can do that. And then a get call. And the reason why I want to use a get call for these ones, you don't have to do this for other types. For the currency ones, we want to get call because we want to grab the value that we have saved in the currency. And the currency is always multiplied by 100. So we want to divide this by 100 to get the real value. So that's why Mongoose provides us this access. We can write this code. So anytime we grab total profit from the database, we can divide by 100 because the currency multiplies it by 100. This is why we need to do that. We need to divide this by 100. It's just the way Mongoose currency works, and that's how they suggest doing that. And then from here, I'm actually just going to copy this entire thing. I'm going to say total revenue, and it's going to be exactly the same. And then from here, I'm going to say total expenses, and that's going to be exactly the same. And then next is going to be expenses by category. So this one will be a little different. And since this is an object, the way Mongoose defines objects is using something called map. And we're going to say and we're going to put curly braces. I'm going to actually grab everything over here, because expenses by category, if you know, it's going to be an object, and we're going to have an object that shows some string, maybe like shoes, clothes, whatever, and the value is going to be a currency type. So like $5,322 or something like that. So that's how we set this up. And actually this should be plural, expenses by category. And then finally we have monthly data. And monthly data is going to be an array. It's going to be an array of objects. However, if we have this object, we can write everything in here, but actually we want to set up a new one because it's problematic when you have like an arrays nested in objects. So you need to define another schema. So what I'm going to do is right above, and since this is the monthly data, we want to create a schema called month schema. And we're going to say new schema. And inside here, I'm going to define our object. And then in here, we're going to have month to be a string. And we're going to have some other values. Now, I didn't write this in our data modeling. So expense, if you see data array of objects, I did not identify what it is over here, but that's why I'm kind of doing it right here. So I'm just telling you what this is going to represent. So revenue is going to be, actually it's going to be the exact copy of these guys. So all of these are values. They're all currencies. So that's why we're just going to do this for all of them. Because every month we're going to have revenue, expenses, operational expenses, and non-operational expenses. So we want to include all of those, and those are all going to be currency. So I'm just going to copy this over. I'm going to call this expenses like so. This one is going to be operational expenses. This one's going to be non-operational expenses. And one thing I didn't mention is that right here, if I comma, I need to include two JSON curly braces getters to be true. So this is a setting so that we can use these get. So this is by default. We just need to set this if we're using these get properties to grab our currency. So now that we have that, we can go down and we can write month schema like so. And there you go with the month schema. And then we also want daily data, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to define day schema, and we're going to go up and identify our day schema. I know this page, this is probably the most complex model compared to the other ones. So just bear with it. It's a little complex, but all we're doing is basically setting up our models and the structure. It's all about setting up the structure correctly. And once we do that, it should be good. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy everything in here in the month schema, and we're just going to remove things as necessary. For the day schema, we're not going to include operational, non-operational expenses. In real life, you might want to keep those. We're going to keep everything the same, except the month should be date. And we're going to keep all of the other stuff the same. And we're going to go down. Now we have our KPI schema. We have our daily data. And now what I need to do is going over here. I want to add the two JSON getters. So like this guy over here. And we're also going to add one more property, and that's timestamps to be true. So what this will do is in this object, it's going to give us when this particular one was created and when it was updated. So it will give you two timestamps by default. So it's just more of a convenience factor. You don't have to write it in the schema itself. So if you wanted the current date of when the object was created or when your KPI was created, this will give you default values. Okay, so now that we have our model schema set up, finally, we can go back to our KPI file and then we can import our KPI. Actually, IntelliSense has come, but it does not work in Node.js. So we're going to do from .models like so. And I'm going to say KPI.js. Remember to put the .js for node. Maybe there's a way to do it without it. I'm not exactly sure. I've tried digging into trying to figure out how to get rid of the file extension, but by all means, if you guys know a way of doing that, I'm all ears. But anyways, let's go over here. And what we want to do is we're going to give it a res status of 200. So basically, once we have our KPIs, we want to return to the front end that we're getting a success error not a success error, a success result via a 200 status to the front end. And we do that with res.status 200, and then we're going to say JSON KPIs. So we're sending our KPIs object that we've grabbed from our database, and we're sending it to the front end. Okay, so now that is everything for our route. I know it was kind of a little rough one for the first one, which with the model, we have all of this complex data structure, but this is probably the most complex one. If you look at our data, I want to give you a little taste of that. We can say KPIs, and you can see how this is kind of structured. We have an ID, a MongoDB ID, which we don't need to specify in our model. We don't need to specify an ID over here because by default, MongoDB creates its own. But I am providing an ID, a default ID for it. So this is basically seed data. And anyways, I have total profit, total revenue, total expenses. So I am feeding $ into it. And monthly data, I have this particular object for our month. And then if you go down, we have our daily data. So I have 365 of these. So for one full year, it goes to the full entire year. So it has revenue and expenses for every single day. And then I have expenses by category after that. So that is our data for our KPI. We're feeding all of that information into this particular model. And that is how we can, after we seed the data into our database, which we'll do next, we can grab that particular information. So right now we have our model set up, but we have not seeded the database. So we're going to go to our index.js, and I'm going to import our KPI from our IntelliSense actually worked. So from our models file, and we're just going to grab the KPI file. And we're also going to import KPIs from ./data.js. So we're grabbing the KPIs data from this particular file. So we're grabbing this information, and we are going to import this. And then where we go down, you see where app.listen exists. Right below it, we're going to be first, since this is async, we're going to do mongoose.connection.db.drop database. So what we do is before we're going to seed our database with information, we want to drop the current database that we already have. And the reason why we do it is so that we don't have duplicate data, or we don't run into specific errors. We're just going to run this particular thing once, and then we're going to seed the information as needed. And this is kind of necessary for development purposes, especially when you first start out your database and you're just testing things out. You want to be able to drop the database information. It's seed data, so it's not really useful. Just don't do it on a real production app with real data. You want to make sure you have real backup. Otherwise, you'll have a lot of people angry with you. So the first thing you want to do is we're going to do KPI insert many, and we're passing in KPIs. So we're passing in the array, and by doing so, we can input this information. So before I save it, once I save it, it's going to restart and it's going to insert this. So I'm going to go to my Mongo database. This is where all the cluster is. Right now, if I go to browse collections, right now I have the KPIs set up, but there's no documents inside here. And let's say if I save it, we have server port 1337, so that kind of worked. And as you can see right now, we don't have anything, but if we hit refresh, we have an object. Now I know there's only one, but we have our monthly data. I only set one object to be inserted. And you can see we have our ID, total profit, total revenue. We have all the information we kind of need. So this is perfect. So we've just seeded our database. So now, before you do that, before unnecessarily saving it and then dropping the database again and reinserting, we'll probably get the same result, but we're just gonna comment that out. And we just want to add a comment, add data one time only, or as needed. So we only need to insert information every once in a while. We just don't want to always insert information, or else you might get rate limited if you have too much information, things like that. So we only need to do it as necessary. So now we have our data. We can now finally go back to our front end. So I'm going to close all of this, close the terminal, close our server folder, and we're going to go back to the source directory. And I want to go back, and I believe I have everything set up for this to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this information and console log it. And by the way, what I just did, it was Control Alt L or Control Option L. This is if you have a VS Code extension called Turbo Console Log. Just by the way, this will Turbo, yeah, right here. So this guy. So basically, if you install this plugin or VS Code extension, you can just highlight some text, hit Control Option L or Control Alt L, and you can just console log, and I'll put it on the next line. All right, I'm gonna save that. And what I'm expecting, I'm gonna open this up, and let's say open up our inspector tools. And it seems like, oh yeah, our server is not running. So what this means is that we have our backend running. So let's just close that. It's kind of distracting. And we want to create another terminal over here, because now we got to run our front end. So we have our backend running. We also need to run, oops, this is my bad. We are in our server folder. So we need to first go out of it. Then I can go to the client folder right here. And then I can run npm run dev, and this will run our server. And we can see, we can wait for it to refresh. And now over here, we have data undefined, but it pops up once we have the array. And perfect, we have all the information that we've gotten from our backend. Now don't worry, this doesn't mean that the API is being called. This just means that it's just checking. Right now we tried to run it, but the hook determines when the API call can be made. So if you take a look, we're only making one API call. So if I refresh, we're only making one. So we're just grabbing the information as needed. It might be re-rendering once or twice because they have some weird rendering when it first runs. But for this, we have the data as we need. And if you note, just FYI, limited space over here. If you see this particular information is saying that we're calling our endpoint backend. So anytime we're logging this, this is the information that we're grabbing and logging as needed from the server. So if I refresh it, it's going to make another API call, as you can see, and it's just logging it. So it's just useful. This is Morgan. So it's useful to see that. All right, so the next thing is we're finally going to be creating the charts. I know we've done so much boilerplate and setup and base configuration and doing all of this. And you might be wondering, why have we not built anything so far? We just have these layouts and that's it, but we don't have any charts. Trust me, setting this up properly from the ground up, properly in a very clean way it helps a lot. And it makes it easy for me to teach you. Feature by feature, or like based on each function, like me going with the backend first and then data model, doing things like that makes a lot of sense. And then now we can focus on the charts itself. So well, now that we have all our data, how do we set up the charts? How do we pass in information into our charts? So if you take a look, let's go back here. This is our chart. It looks very good. What we're going to be using is called Recharts. So actually, let me go to a new page, we're going to say Recharts. And Recharts is another chart library. If you've seen my videos, I use something called I used Nivo before, but Recharts is also very good. I personally like Recharts. Now that I use it, it's been growing on me because it's pretty simple and it's very modular and it keeps it simple and it's pretty easy to understand. Nivo is good because they have like a UI documentation, but Recharts is also pretty good. So you can't really go wrong with either of them. It's just whatever you're comfortable with, to be honest. If you're new, I would recommend Recharts. So we go to API, you can see we have a bunch of charts, and then we also have a bunch of examples. So we have the API documentation, and then we also have the example documentation. So we can basically just copy some of this code and just use that as needed. And so for the chart we're going to be using is going to be the simple area chart. So found over here for the first one. So if you take a look at the actual UI, this is an area chart. As you can see, we have like the line and the area below colored in, and we're going to just have a simple X and Y axis. So we're going to go over here. Now what we can do is just kind of go over here, grab this code, and we can pass that information into our JSX. So over here inside our dashboard box, I'm going to pass in responsive container. And actually before we do that, I forgot we need to install Recharts. So I'm going to cancel out. So I canceled out my server. I'm going to do npm recharts like so. And then from here, I'm going to do npm run dev so we can start up our server once again. Close this and go up here. And now we just got to make the imports. And what I'm going to do is just erase the nar. Actually, I wonder if IntelliSense is going to work. And it doesn't seem to work. So import responsive container. And yeah, it finally was able to do it. So I imported responsive container like this. And I'm going to import area, chart, Cartesian, grid, then x-axis, y-axis, tooltip. I'm going to save it so we see that, and then we're going to have area. For some reason, I'm not sure why IntelliSense is not configuring the recharts, but sometimes it just doesn't work as expected. It's just kind of going slow. As you can see, there is some lag with the IntelliSense popping up. But anyways, we have our data, and right now we don't have the proper data. We have our data, but our data is not formatted in the way area chart is going to want it. So if you take a look, we have some weird lines because the data is not correctly inserted. So we're going to go back and we're going to take a look at how they're setting up. So if you take a look, we have name page E. So that represents the X value and the amount, which is going to be the Y value. And then we're going to have UV and then PV. Now, some of this naming might confuse you, but all you have to understand is this name, we can configure it to be anything, but it needs to align with the data key. So X-axis represents data key name. And then we have an area, and the data key is going to be UV. So UV is going to be 1890 for this one, and then 2780 for the other ones. So right now, in this particular data set, we're actually not using PV or an amount. So you guys can ignore that. We just need to align the correct area with the correct data. We're going to do the same thing with the data key over here with the name as well. So I'm going to go back to my code, go over here, and we can configure our data into the proper format as needed. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up here, and I'm going to create a variable called const revenue expenses, and I'm going to use memo. So we're going to be running this function, but we want to make sure it only runs as needed, and use memo is perfect for that. I'm going to put a callback function over here, And in it, I'm going to have an array with data being passed in. So what this is essentially doing is we only want to run the data, or we only want to run this function only when data changes. And most of the time, data is not going to change. And here, I'm going to return. We're going to make sure data exists. So just FYI, there is a period of time before when we're making the API call, the data does not exist. So we have to be aware of that. So we're just making sure data exists. And if it does, we're going to grab the first element of the array, because that's the first object. In KPIs, this array, there is only one object, and that's in the first element. And I'm going to say monthly data, because we just want the monthly data for this particular chart. If you take a look, we're just grabbing the monthly revenue, monthly expenses. That's what we're trying to configure. So if we go back, I'm going to say monthly data dot map, and I want to grab month, revenue, expenses, like so, from the information. And actually, we need to put parens around it. So make sure you're getting the parens correctly like this. It's a little confusing because we have a lot of destructuring going on. And in here, I'm going to return an object, and I'm going to say name is equal to month, and we're going to say substring, because we are setting January, February, March, April, May, June. However, the substring will grab the first 3 letters, so we have a shortened version of our month. And then we're going to say revenue. We're going to set that to be revenue. I know there's a lot of errors right now, and I'll tell you how we can handle it. So we can say expenses, colon, expenses, like so. So this will essentially give us the proper format, and we're just going to make sure this aligns with our chart. So if we take a look over here, we're going to see Typescript yelling at us, say monthly data does not exist on type never. So what this means is that when we get the data back, Typescript doesn't know the type of data we're supposed to get because we set this as void. So if I go back to our API endpoint that we've made, we've set this to be void. So this essentially represents the response from the backend. And this is representing the payload that we're sending in. So we need to make sure the correct types are being passed in over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually set this one is going to be, I think I made a mistake. This is not the response, sorry. This right here, the first one, is going to be the response that we want. And what we get is an array of an object. And we're going to call this object called KPI's response. So this is TypeScript specific. We're going to get an array of an object. So if I take a look again in our console log. So let's see, bring up, let me open this up a little more so we can see the console. And we're getting a lot of ridiculous errors. But as you can see, we have an array with an object inside. And this object is going to be the getKPI's response object that we're going to pass in. So that's what we are going to type this as. So over here, I'm going to go over here in our folder directory. And in our state file, I'm going to create a file called types.ts. And in here, we can identify the type that we need. And what I'm going to do is export interface get KPI's response. Interface represents the object that we want the response to look like. And we just need to mirror what is being sent back over here. So one thing, by the way, one thing I'm not sure is we have a duplicate of ID and underscore ID. They're exactly the same. I think maybe I'm injecting the ID problematically, but I'm just going to specify both of them for now. And we're also going to see the version type. This is going to be underscore v is equal to number. So we're just essentially mimicking this structure, and we're correctly adding the type as needed. So we're going to say total profit is going to be number, total revenue is going to be number. And then total expenses is going to be number as well. Hold on one sec. And then we're going to say expenses by category. And this is going to be another object, because expenses by category is an object that we will need to create. So I'm going to put that. And over here, I'm going to identify expenses by category. So this is going to be export interface, expenses by category. And this is going to look like salaries, like number. So supplies, number. And then services, number. So that's what this particular represents. And then over here, we can say monthly data. And we can say array of month, like so. And month is something we need to identify, and we're going to say export interface month. And I'm going to say ID is going to be string, month is going to be string, revenue is going to be string as well. So if you take a look, this is what I'm doing, is replicating what this looks like. So revenue. I know this is kind of tedious, and this is Typescript in a nutshell. You're just typing what objects are supposed to be, and it's usually, this is like the main aspect, and it's not more complicated than this. So people try to make it very complicated, and that's for advanced use cases, and generally you would use it for maybe when you're using with libraries, but you don't need to do a lot of those fancy things, like for most cases. And my mistake, this revenue should be a number, like so. And people need to be aware, like, you can add all of these, and you can have this, and you can have bugs, or you can use TypeScript to avoid some bugs, but you also have to be aware that you can add bugs to TypeScript as well in the types. So sometimes, I'm not saying you shouldn't use TypeScript, it's just, it adds time when you build it. So it's not always use it or not kind of thing. All right, and then we're gonna copy the same thing for day, and the schema is a little bit different. We're just gonna have revenue and expenses. Those are the only two things, and this should be date instead. Oops. And then we're gonna be passing daily data with array of day, like so. So now I can save this type. We can use get KPIs response, and we're gonna import from /types. And now we should no longer have problems with this particular typing. I think there's going to be a delay for these. Okay, and as you can see, IntelliSense took a little bit of time, but now the linting is no longer there, because now if you can go and hover over, you can see that get KPIs response. This data knows that monthly data should look exactly like this month. And then month comes from string, revenue is a number, expenses is a number. So everything is following what we have identified over here. So by doing this, you can prevent some bugs when you are using some of this. So if I use revenue, and then I can, and if it didn't, actually revenue does not have. So if I just do data, if I hover over data, it's going to tell us that this is the type over here, get KPIs response. So now we have all our typing, everything is in place. Revenue expenses is formatted correctly. However, we need to be able to pass that in. So we're going to say revenue expenses. And we have identified name to be month.substring, revenue, and then expenses is its own value. Now we still need to connect it to the lines correctly. So if I go down over here where we see area, we are going to look at this and say monotone, which is fine. What I want this one is going to be revenue like so. So this will basically align with the revenue line and area chart, or part of the chart. And then the stroke is we're going to set this to palette. And actually we have not identified the palette yet. So I'm going to say const palette, and we're going to say use theme like so from MUI material. So we're grabbing the color. And then once we have that, we can go down over here in our stroke section. I'm going to say palette.primary.main. So this represents the color of the line essentially. And once we have that passed, we can say fill opacity is going to be 1. So we have a colored section. And then finally, we have a fill over here with URL. And we're going to say URL, and we're going to say color revenue. And the reason why we're going to do this is because we're going to have a little bit of gradient. And as you can see so far, let me just close this actually. We can see we already have a line already coming up. So we have a revenue and it's showing up like so. We still need to get rid of the background lines and grids because I don't want that. You can keep it if you would like, but we're going to get rid of it. But before that, let's actually copy this area, and we're going to do the same thing for expenses. So I'm going to get rid of that, say expenses over here, and I want to change this to color expenses. So we haven't done the fill part, but I'll cover that. And we also, let's actually save that. And now you can see we have our second line. Perfect. What we need is the dot. So I'm going to say dot is equal to true. And I'm going to pass that in over here. So we now have dots for both our lines. We still need to modify a few things. So we're going to add excess, or we're going to change something for the x-axis. And we're going to say we do not want the tick line. So that is the background. So if I save it, or actually, sorry, tick line represents, like, let me show you. If you see, there's like a little bit of a line, if you can see very normally, like right above like the months, there's a little bit of a line that extends. If I keep that to false, that gets rid of that line right there. So I don't want that. And then also I'm going to do style. And if you want to change the styling of this, we have to use style instead of like SX in Material UI. So I'm going to say this is going to be 10 pixels. So this is going to be a lot smaller. I want it to be kind of small. And then y-axis, we're going to basically copy everything the same. But we're going to make some adjustments. And tick line is going to be false. We don't need a data key for this one. We are just going to have an access line like so, and give it a stroke width of 0. And then I'm also, because if you see we have 0 to 6,000, 0 to 10,000, a lot of this is not being used. So because we're not being used, I'm going to say domain is going to be 8,000 and 23,000 like so. So now we can see more of the chart. It's going to be extended more like this. And then from here, we can see Cartesian grid. I don't want that. So that's the background. So now we don't have any background, but we also want to set the little gradient that you can see. There's like a little bit of fading gradient. I think that looks cool. So I'm going to be adding that. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to create a little element called defs. And by the way, this is all in the documentation, but in this case, I'm just going to set this up. And these kind of already exist as standard HTML elements. So we don't need to import anything. And what I'm going to do is do 0, y1 is equal to 0, x2 is going to be 0, and y2 is going to be 1. So basically, I'm setting up a linear gradient vertically. So from 0 to 1 is how we essentially set this gradient. I'm going to set the offset to 5% with the stop color. And I'm going to say palette primary 300. So it's going to be kind of a green color, just like what we had, but a little lighter. And I'm going to do a stop opacity of 0.5. Oops. 0.5, like so. And we are going to be able to see that. We have not actually set the gradient yet. It looks kind of cool with a flat color, but let's actually make it opaque. So we're going to do 95% for this because you need two different stops. This is going to be for the revenue, and this is going to be 0 for the stop opacity. So now we can see this top one has this fading going down, and that's specifically for color revenue. Now you can play with this and just choose different settings, but a lot of this is just trial and error. I'm not doing anything fancy. And then here I'm just going to say expenses, like so. And so now we have two gradients going up and down, and now we have our chart fully there. I am going to fix some of the margins. So I'm going to say top is going to be 15, right is going to be 25, and -10 over here, and 60 over here. And then there we go. We have some settings, and we're going to also have like a header, which we'll do right now. All right, if you take a look at the final build, we have like a little top header over here. And it's going to be the same for every box, and it's going to be slightly adjustable, where sometimes we have a subtitle like this, other times we do not. So we're going to configure that. So the way we're going to do is we're going to create another component in the components file, and we're going to call this header, or actually, sorry, box header, TSX, like that. And in here, I'm going to initialize with TS or AFCE. So this one is actually going to be a real component. And in here, we're going to be using flex between to figure this out. So let's import flex between like so. And in here, I'm going to give it a color of palette.gray 400. So it's going to be kind of a grayish light color. And we need to make sure we import a palette from use theme from material UI like so. And in here, I'm going to set the margin to be 1.5 REM at the top, 1 REM on the right, 0 REM on the bottom, 1 REM on the left. So that sets up our margin. And then below this, I'm going to have another flex between. And we're going to have an optional icon if we want to. So over here, I'm going to set the icon like so, and that's going to come from our props over here. So now we actually are going to pass in, not props, icon like so from the parent component, and it's going to be identified in our typing. And for TypeScript, we want to pass in icon, and we are going to use React.React node, because this is going to be a material UI icon, and that is represented by React.React node typing. And that's what we need to pass in. And over here below this, I'm going to add a box, and we need to make sure we use IntelliSense for that. And I'm going to say width of 100%. And inside, I'm going to say typography from material UI. And I'm going to say variant with H4 and a margin bottom of -0.1 REM, like so. And this is going to represent the title. And the title, again, is going to be passed in from the parent component. And by the way, this is required. If you don't have a question mark, this is going to be a required element of the props, whereas question mark means it's optional. So I don't have to pass in icon, so some of these don't have an icon. And we're going to be using the icon for the other page, so that's why we only have the icon. We're not really using it that much. And over here, I'm going to have a typography, and then we're going to say variant of H6, like so, and we're going to pass in subtitle like this, pass in subtitle over here, And then subtitle is going to be optional, and it's going to be a string as well. Below this, we're going to have a flex between right here. Below the flex between right here, we're going to finally have typography, and this is going to be the text on the other side. So we're going to have a variant of H5 of font weight of 700. Give it a color with palette dot secondary 500. And I'm going to pass in side text. So over here, side text. And over here, side text is going to be string, like so. So now we have our box header completely ready. And we're going to be using this up here in our row 1. So let's import box header from act components. And we are going to be passing all the values as needed. Title is going to be revenue and expenses. Subtitle is going to be top line represents revenue, bottom line. I know this is not technically. The line could be in different order. I'm just adding random text, by the way. And then over here, I'm going to say side text is going to be plus, let's see, where's my plus button? Plus 4%. So there we go. So this is our final project, but let's look at ours. And now we have our title with plus 4% and our subtitle right below it. And it looks pretty dang good, I'd say. So if we go over here, we can see how it looks like, and it's responsive depending on the size of the screen. But yeah, like I mentioned, because of the nature of Recharts, I'm not exactly sure how to fix this. When you manually move it, it doesn't exactly respond. You can refresh it, but chances are people are not. The reason why I don't address it is because I'm not exactly sure how to address it, but also most people, they're going to use either like a mobile or a computer. They're not going to change the horizontal width like that. It is very rare for people to do that. There you go. We have our first chart. And now from here, I know there was a lot of setup, but now it should be relatively simple to do our future charts. So now we have our one chart. We're going to go and look at our final build, and we're going to see this is our second chart. So this second chart is going to be a line chart instead. So instead of it being an area, it's going to be a line. So most of the ideas are the same, but I did this for a reason. You can see that this one is actually a dual y-axis. So we have an axis on both sides. So I will show you how to do that. So if we go to over here on Recharts, we're just going to use simple line chart. And actually a better one for our example is going to be a biaxial chart. This chart basically has two y-axis over here. You can see we have two y-axis over here. And we also are using line charts. Now I'm not going to copy and paste this because if I go back, I'm going to be actually reusing what I had over here. So I'm just going to copy everything from the box header. I'm going to go down and then paste it over here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to change the area ones to line, and we're going to modify a few things. And then over here, we're going to go to x-axis. We have data key. This is going to be the same, but the y-axis, we're going to have to add a few things. We're just going to add y-axis ID, and we're going to say this one is going to be on the left side. So we're going to have a y-axis on the left side, and then we can just get rid of, we can just say we don't need an axis line. So we're just going to say false over here. So we don't actually need the line for this one. And then I'm going to say tick line style is fine. We don't need a domain. And I'm just going to copy the y-axis, paste it over here. And this one is going to be right. And the orientation, we need to set the orientation for the y-axis, and we're just going to say this is going to be on the right side. So we want to make sure all the elements are aligned to the right, correct side. So we have that. We also have our tooltip, but we need to import line. And I don't think yeah, there's too many options. So we're just going to import it manually up here. So I'm going to say line like so. I'm going to get rid of Cartesian grid because we're most likely not going to use that. So up here, we're going to go back down. Apologize for all the scrolling. I know you guys might be typing. You guys might be trying to figure what I'm trying to do. So over here, we actually don't need any of the definitions. So I'm just going to get rid of all the linear gradient. This one does not have any kind of gradient, so we can just completely get rid of that. And in actuality, I did make a mistake, and then we actually need the Cartesian grid. I think, yeah, I realized there is a Cartesian grid. Like so, I'm going to say vertical is equal to false. So we only have horizontal lines. And we are going to give it a stroke of palette.gray 800. So we want the color to be very like dark. So it's kind of like subtle in the background, as you can see. And then again, I need to import Cartesian grid. So over here, I'm going to go up here, Cartesian grid. Make sure that's in there. Then we scroll down. You can save it. Let's actually see what we have. We have this. We are passing in revenue expenses, but this is going to be different because we want different information for this one. This is going to be profit and revenue. So we're going to make sure we format that. And for the lines, we're going to be changing this up. So I'm just going to get rid of all of this. I'm going to say y-axis ID is going to be left. And the reason why you need to set that y-axis ID for a particular line is because you're going to choose which y-axis this line is referring to. So the left axis represents these values for this left one. And I'm going to say type is going to be monotone. And the data key is going to be profit. Now we have not set this data format just like we did with revenue expenses. We still haven't done this for the profit and revenue, which is the name of this one. We haven't done that yet, which I will do in a little bit. And I'm going to say palette.tertiary 500. And I'm going to copy all of this for the second line and make a few modifications. I'm going to say this one is going to be right. This one is going to have a revenue, and we are going to change this color to be primary main. So, and also I want a legend for this one. So I'm going to add a legend. And this is going to have a height of 20 with a wrapper style. So this is how you can modify the margin for this particular one. It's all in the doc. Sometimes it's kind of inconsistent is the only thing. So you have to make sure that what you're doing is actually reflected in the actual UI. So over here, I'm going to, oh yeah, I spelled tertiary wrong over here. That's why it's yelling at me. And then legend is going to be coming up from here. So I'm going to say legend like so. And then here, I am not going to specify the width and the height because we don't need to. And I'm going to say this is going to be a line chart instead. So this one's going to be a line chart, not area chart. Or sorry, this is the wrong one. I apologize. So if you go down to the second one, this should be line chart. And basically make sure you don't get rid of the width and the height for the first one. So if you go down over here, we are going to change this to revenue profit. It's just something we haven't created yet. And preemptively, I am just going to say this is top of 20, right of 0. This is something I've already tested that looks good. This is just me playing with the margins after the fact. So we have title, and we're going to say profit and revenue. And we're going to just keep that the same, whatever. And we are missing a few things. That's why we're grabbing this particular problem. This should be line chart at the bottom over here. That's why we have a problem. And then line chart, I think I already imported. Actually, no, I didn't. Line chart, like so. And then from here, we actually need to identify revenue profit variable. And that is going to be another thing we format. So I'm just gonna erase that console log, and I'm going to copy all of this. I'm gonna say revenue profit. And the only thing we really need to do is go over here and do profit, and we do revenue minus expenses. So that's how you calculate profit. So that's why we don't actually have a profit value. And now, as you can see, we finally have our chart showing up. All right, anyways, I restarted my entire VS Code. My ESLint was going haywire and it was telling me type problems that I wasn't actually having. But anyways, we have revenue profit, we have name, revenue, and profit. As a reminder, these basically align with the lines, and these are like the names that we need to identify to correspond with the correct part of Recharts. So if I go back down to the second box over here, we can see that this one has profit, this one has revenue because this is the data key, and then we also have name for the x-axis. So that is the month, and then profit revenue is the legend. And then right here, the y-axis is going to represent, over here on the left side, it's going to represent the profit value because it's aligning with this one. And then the revenue one is going to align with the right y-axis. So revenue, revenue values is going to be on the right. Now, if you take a look, if you see some of the long JavaScript numbers, that's because of the rounding error in JavaScript if you're doing some calculations, and that's because of the subtraction that we had to do. So we want to make sure we can just do something like .2 fixed. We can do something like that to cut to the second decimal places. And we can do that. And that will prevent us from having that. Or you can do floor or ceiling depending on which estimation you want. But it's not a big deal. All right, and now the final chart that's going to be on row 1, if you open this up, is going to be the bar chart, which shows the revenue month by month, basically for each month like this. So we're just going to have all of this laid out for a bar chart. So I'm going to close this out, refresh it, and I'm going to go back to our Recharts page, and I'm just going to find where the bar chart is. And what I'm looking for is a simple bar chart. And I'm going to go over here. You can see we have our bar charts. It's kind of like dual ones, but we just want one for each month. So I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to just copy this time and go back to my code and go all the way down to our final grid area chart. So I'm going to paste this over here and we are going to have our bar chart. I'm also going to go up here, copy our box header. And let's actually write that particular code. And here I'm going to say revenue month by month. And this is just going to be a graph representing month by month. So I'm just going to actually just copy this because I'm lazy, but you can just type this in. Month by month. And then from here, I'm just going to copy this because I'm lazy, and I'm just going to paste it into the subtitle over here. Make sure that's gone. And over here, we have responsive container. We need to find bar chart, and we need to import bar. So if I go all the way up, I'm going to import those. So bar chart, and then I'm going to import bar as well. And then we'll have what we need. So I'm going to save that. And over here, I'm going to set this to be 17, 15, -5, and then 58, like so. We're going to keep the width and the height, and then we're going to change this to revenue instead because it's only revenue values. And this is something we have not formatted yet. So we're going to identify that. We're going to keep the Cartesian grid, except we're just going to change this to vertical to be false. So we only have horizontal. So if you see this, we only have horizontal. And then I'm going to say stroke is going to be palette.gray 800. So the gray color is going to be the horizontal line. And then we're going to set the x-axis to be name. And we are going to set the axis line to be false with the tick line to be false as well. And we're going to set the style to be font size of 10 pixel like we did before. I'm going to save that. And over here in the y-axis, I'm going to copy everything over and just modify a few things again. And I'm just going to get rid of data key name. We're going to have a tooltip, but we don't need a bar, or we don't need a legend. And all I need is going to be one bar, and we're going to set this to be revenue. And these bars, again, have a linear gradient. So we can use the same linear gradient that we've done before. So if I go back up all the way, I'm going to copy one of these and scroll down all the way again. And right above Cartesian grid, I'm going to identify definitions with DEFS. Make sure it's closed correctly. And this is going to be color UV. Actually, we need to change that to revenue. And we're going to keep the same opacity. I'm going to change this to 0.8. And this should go down. And we are going to fill this with URL hashtag color revenue, like so. So that will fill our bar charts correctly. And with that, we have everything set up for our bar chart, except we just need to format revenue, which we can do again. So I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to copy everything from revenue expenses. I'm going to paste it up here. And we only need revenue this time. So I'm just going to erase that, get rid of expenses as well. And change this to revenue. I'm going to get rid of props because we're not typing anything over here. I'm going to save it. And let me just double check. We have no errors over here. Seems like responsive container. Oh, I did make a mistake, by the way. The box header should be outside the responsive container over here. So that is why this was error showing. It's still showing because my computer is lagging. I don't know why, for whatever reason. Anyways, let's go to our current app. And as you can see, we have our bar chart. Perfect. A lot of this is very redundant. A lot of this kind of follows the same pattern, and they have reusable components for each piece of the chart. So this is a different way, a different approach with Recharts. Recharts just have one component that represents the entire chart. Recharts has like composable components for parts of the chart. I like both ways. I mean, this is kind of cool, I would say. It kind of separates out and doesn't have this one massive component. So in a way, it's pretty cool. And with that, we pretty much have our first row set up. So if I open this up, we have our entire first row and everything is working. We have the hover effects. We have all of these axis and line set up. We have the names. Everything is very good. And we just need to continue on to row 2. So the next section is going to be row 2 with these 3 tables. And we're going to have the regular expenses and revenue and KPIs and information like we did before. But we're also going to have product prices, and we're going to create this endpoint to give us our prices and expenses. All right, so from here, we're going to go to our backend now. We're going to close everything over here, and I'm just going to close these guys and go to our index.js file. And in here, I'm going to make a route over here under the route section, and it's going to be app.use/product, product routes. And by the way, we could probably have put all of this in like one folder, but it doesn't really matter. We're just going to keep it separate just so I can show you how you would structure your routes if you need something more robust. So from here, I'm going to import product routes from ./routes/product.js, and don't forget the .js. I'm just going to move this up here, and we're also going to import product from ./models/product.js, like so. And then from here, I'm going to go to our routes directory or routes folder, and I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this product singular, actually, product.js. So it basically aligns with this guy. You can click over it just to make sure it's working. And in here, I'm going to go to our kpi.js file. I'm just going to copy everything just because it'll be a lot easier. We can just adjust this as we go. So I'm going to grab both of these guys. I'm going to do products like that instead. Instead of this being a KPI, we should select all of these KPIs, and we're going to select with product like that. We haven't created this particular model, so let's actually do that. Actually, let me change this before I forget. So we're going to have all of this set up. Now we just need to set the models. So I'm going to create a new file over here. I'm going to create product.js. And remember, it should be singular for this one. And like before, let me close this. Like before, I'm going to go to kpi.js. I'm going to grab everything, and I'm just going to paste it into product.js. This will make our lives easier when we're doing this. So I only need one schema for this particular one. So I'm just going to remove month and day schema. And over here, I'm going to grab the KPI schema. I'm going to call this product schema. So I grabbed both of them. And over here, I'm going to change this to product. Actually, I'm going to grab, let's keep that. Let's actually grab all the KPIs and call this product instead. All right, and then from here, I'm going to get rid of most of these. And we only need a few things. So I'm going to say price, expense, and the last one is going to be transactions. So price and expense are going to be the same because they're both currency. Transactions is going to be an array. So I'm going to have an array like so. And I'm going to call this mongoose schema.types. I'm going to call this object ID. I'm going to reference this to be equal to transaction. And I'm going to save that. So right here, what this is actually doing is referring to the transaction object. We haven't created this yet, but it's for a transaction schema object. So we have references to each transaction that's relevant to this particular product. So you have references of all the transactions related to this particular product. And this is how you make relationships between different models and schemes. And you do that because sometimes you need to grab all the transactions for a particular product, and you want to keep track of all the IDs relevant to that. And because we're creating this, we're actually going to have to create the transaction object. So we're going to do that real quick, and it's going to be pretty much exactly the same with just different keys. So we're going to open this up. I'm going to create a model called transaction.js. And over here, I'm going to place this over here. I'm going to call this transaction schema. And then I'm going to grab all the product as well. And this should be transaction. Make sure your singular naming is correct. Make sure you have that consistent. And in this one, we're going to have a buyer, amount, oops, and then product IDs. So we have a type, and we're going to keep this the same, but this time the product IDs is going to reference the products. So they're just basically referencing each other with the IDs. So now we have the transactions, and it shows which product IDs is relevant to this particular transaction. So in this case, in the real life example, what this means is that every transaction, we're going to have the name of the buyer, the amount, and then how many products the person has bought and which products they are. So we have a track of those. So we are referencing both of these scenarios. Now, in a real life example, you probably have more information for both of these, but for now, just to keep it simple, we're going to have these. And just to refer back, this is a key performance indicator. This is the transactions. This is our products. So these two are basically relating to each other, like I mentioned. So product IDs refer to the ID of the product. Same with the transaction. So it's referring to the transaction. So this is the information we're getting to use in this particular model and the other one as well. So let's go back and refer to the product. And then from here, let's go to the product.js router, and we have all the models. We have the model set up, and all we need is product.find, and this gives us our list of products. So all the products in here are going to be sent back to the front end. So we have all of this basically set up. We're not going to do anything fancy with the routers for this, but we're just going to keep it like that. If you ever need to do any modification, sometimes the data you're saving might not be what you want for the front end. That's where you will have much more logic over here, and you would do what they call data transformation or modifying the data so it fits your needs. And then from here, we're going to go back to index.js because right now we have our routes, we have our product, but we do not have information that's seeding into the database. So we have no product information. So again, we can go back to data.js and we can see products. And this is the object and mock data that we can insert into our database. And we're going to be doing the same thing as we did before. So over here, back to the index.js, we're going to import the products as well, along with the model of the product. And we're going to go down, and we can just go down over here, and we can insert product like so. And then I want to insert products, make sure it's plural for this case. We're going to insert our products into the product database. So let's open up our terminal, and I'm going to save it just once. And let's make sure everything has no errors. And it looked like it worked. And once I've done that, I'm going to comment this out. All right, once we have inserted, we can go now back to MongoDB, and we're going to check if our data has been inserted. So if we go back to database, collections, and you can go into the product section, and you're going to see we have query results 1 to 20 of many. So that means we have a lot of products all inserted and perfectly aligned. So we have the price. So if you see, and again, let me just reiterate with the currency, you see 1221. You don't see any decimals, but this is actually $12.21. So that's how the currency is being saved. So this is $6.82. So anytime we insert it, we're multiplying by 100, and when we grab out of it, we're dividing by 100. Either way, we have our information perfectly fine, and now we can finally work on the front end to grab that data. So over here, we're going to go back, close the server, and go to the client. I'm actually going to close all of these tabs so I don't have them visible. And I'm going to go to the state and go to the API. And now, by the way, once you have all of this set up, it's so easy to make another API call. And I'll show you how easy this is. Once you have the Typescript, we'll add the types soon. But first, we can just copy this entire thing and paste it over here. So this is for GET request. You do build.query, something like this. If you're doing like a post call or anything that changes data in the backend where you update or delete, you're going to do build.mutation. There is documentation for this in the Redux Toolkit guide, so make sure you look at those. So when you do read requests like get KPIs and then get products, all you have to do is the build.query, and it's pretty relatively straightforward. And then once we have that, we can just say use get products. And as you can see, it kind of already shows get products query like that. Now we do need to change some of the queries over here. So I'm going to call this product. Let me actually make sure. So if you go back, we can check the routes by going over here, which is product over here. And then we go here, product routes, so slash products like so. So if you go back here, that's what this particular thing aligns to. So we're going to say products, and over here, we're going to say products and add the particular tag type. Now, just as a reminder, this is basically saving. This is where it's saving the information. So once you get the KPIs, it's going to be saved in the tag type of KPIs. Once you get information about products, you can save that information into products. Now make sure you spell products correctly. So you have that. And also just to note, there are some very cool things with Redux Toolkit Query is that anytime you have this information and you do, let's say we do delete product and we do some build query, we can say in the build query, we can say like invalidate, something like this. You have some information, you can do invalidate tag like this, products. If you have done a lot of front-end work before with full stack, you have to realize when you get the products, you get the full list of the products. But when you delete it, what happens is you have to delete it in the database, but you also have to delete it in the front end. And it's kind of a hassle because you have to either tell your backend team to tell you, hey, I need the updated list of the products. So either your backend team will have to send you the correct information, or you have to do that yourself. Or you can just, like completely modify the particular products and find the correct one and delete them. Now you might think that's not too big of a hassle, but it kind of is. So instead of that, Redux Toolkit Query can gives you an option. This is not the right syntax, but gives you the option so that when you delete something in the product section, you don't have to worry about getting the updated list. It'll automatically recall the products list anytime you call this right here on any kind of query. So if I wanted to, even in this case, I can just say invalidate tag. So anytime get KPIs gets called, we can just say we want products information to be updated too. So we can do weird stuff like that. Not necessary for get KPIs, but when you like delete something, you need the updated list of products to come back from the back end. So that's why you would do something like this. And it's very, very useful because it automatically does it. It's very convenient. Anyways, let's go back, and I want to go to the types over here, and I'm going to copy all of this, and we're just going to say get products response like so. And in the get products response, we're going to have most of these basically the same, and we're just going to change what we need because according to the products, we have a price, and then we have an expense, and then we also have transactions. And transactions includes an array of object IDs, which are a string. And like that. And then we also have, and I think I missed this for the other typing, is the timestamps. So the timestamps includes created at and updated at. So I think I realized right here, we should have added this for get KPIs response. So now we have get products response. And in here, I'm going to change this to get products response and make sure you import that. All right, so now we have that saved. We can actually use this particular query in our code. So now if I go back, I can go to components, or actually scenes, we'll go to dashboard, row 2, and in here I'm going to say const data, and I'm going to grab use get products query, and we're going to use IntelliSense to grab that, and over here we're just going to grab this information and we are going to console log it to just check if we are getting back the data. So let's open this. Let's open this, open our terminal, and as you can see, we are now officially getting our data correctly. Perfect. So we have created that, expense, ID, price, transaction, updated that, and these two extra. All right, so with that, let's actually close this DevTools and let's look at what the first chart is going to look like. It's just going to be operational versus non-operational expenses. So it looks pretty much identical to this. There's a few things that are different. Doesn't have a legend, but most of it is going to be the same. So we're just going to go back to our row 1. Let's go back to row 1 on our pages. Let me close all of these out to keep it neat. And we want to go to the second chart over here. And I'm going to copy and paste everything from our grid area B. And I'm going to place them with the D one and just change that back to D. Over here, I'm going to change this to, or I'm going to make sure we're importing that. Let's see if, okay, IntelliSense decided to work today. So line chart is all coming. We have Cartesian grid over here. Oops. X-axis, same with Y-axis. Let's make sure that's imported. So I'm just making sure everything is imported correctly. Okay, that is the wrong one. Don't make sure you have tooltip coming from Recharts, not Material UI. Like so. We're going to save that. So we're going to have that entire list. And we're seeing nothing because there's an error. We don't have some of these imports coming in. So we're just going to wait for that. Make sure line comes in as well. And we also need to set the palette as well. So we're going to go up here. We're going to say palette. And we're going to say use theme. And we're going to grab this from MUI material. So we have our palette. We have this color. We also want to make sure we have the same text over here. And this is going to be operational versus non-operational expenses. Let's say that. And then I'm going to get rid of the subtitle. And then a lot of this will be pretty much okay, but we do need to modify a few things. So over here, we're going to have a data key for the left one is going to be non-operational expenses. And on the right side, it's going to be operational expenses, like so. So we have a line, legend. Actually, we don't need the legend. So I'm going to get rid of the legend. We have y-axis over here. We want this orientation to be right and then left, and this orientation should be left as well. We're going to have name, tick line, style. We're going to keep this particular to the same and go up here. This is also going to be the same. So now we just need to format our data properly. So I'm going to call this operational expenses, and I'm going to change this width to height. We don't need a hard-coded value for that. And we can just go up here and we can define operational expenses. And we're going to pass in use memo. And actually, it might be just easier to just go up to row 1, and we're just going to copy. Let's just copy this one. Doesn't really matter. Let's just replace it, and I'm going to call this operational expenses. We need to make sure use memo is imported, like so. And with data, if you take a look, again, it's formatting to get products response. So monthly data knows to grab from get products response as well. Oh, and that is because operational expenses is not going to be in the, it's not in the use get products query. It's going to come from, hold on, we'll fix this as we go. So we're going to get this from use get KPIs query. So it's going to come from the old one. We'll use this particular query in a little bit, but first we're going to have this data over here. And we're actually going to call this operational data. So it distinguishes the name. So you have this particular data, and we're going to call this product data. And this one's going to call operational data. So I'm going to just replace this like so. And now if you take a look, operational data now has the get KPIs response object, which includes the monthly data, which we can grab from month, revenue, and expenses. So over here, one more reminder, if we go to types, this will be representing what this particular object is. So we don't have to type it. If you didn't have that, Typescript is going to yell at you. All right, and then from here, we're going to keep the month substring, but we're going to change this up right here. So I'm going to call this operational expenses. And we're putting this in quotes because we have a space in here, and we want to identify this as a string. And we're going to say operational expenses. And we want to change this to month operational expenses. Same with non-operational expenses over here. And we have non-operational expenses, and we're going to pass in non-operational expenses over here. And we want to change the data to operational data. Okay, and from here, we're going to make sure we have this aligned over there. And okay, and I believe I spelled that incorrectly. That should be plural. Yeah, that should be plural. And everything is good. Let's make sure we don't have any ESLinting errors. We're going to save it. Let's make sure there's no errors over here. And we're going to open it up into our current application. I'm going to refresh it. And we're going to see we have our operational and non-operational expenses over here, which is perfectly aligned with what we expected. So perfect. And then from here, we're going to go to our next table, which is campaigns and targets. So this one's going to be a little different. We're actually just going to hard code the values for this one. But if you have extra data, you can use the pie chart to make this happen. All right, so since the next chart is going to consist of a pie chart, so we're going to go to Recharts again, and we're going to try to find a pie chart. So we can go down, we're going to do something like this. There's a lot of fancy pie charts if you want, but we're going to keep ours pretty simple. So let's actually look at this. And this is the particular one that we're going to be using. So this particular pie chart, we're just going to have this a little more thicker, and we're just going to have probably no space in between. So we're going to be using that. And so I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to copy this pie chart, and we're going to not replace, but put it inside our dashboard box over here. Let me save it so it formats it, but we need to import. Let's see. Okay, IntelliSense, this is deciding to work. So we have pie over here, and we need our cell placed over here, and then everything else looks pretty good. So now we need to make some modifications. So we do have two pie charts because they displayed that actually, so we can just get rid of one of the pie charts. So all we have is this pie chart out here, and we are going to set this to be pretty small. I'm going to set this to 110 by 100, and you can configure what you want to do on mouse enter. So anytime you hover over it, something will happen, but we're not going to deal with that. So in here, Let me save this. Let me put this on new lines because I want to set the margin. So if I go up, I'm going to grab the margin over here from the line chart and then just modify it afterwards. So I'm going to place it here. Top is going to be 0. Right is going to be -10. Left is going to be +10. And bottom is going to be 0. Forgive my very slow IntelliSense. I don't know why it's so slow nowadays. All right. And then over here, I'm going to change a few settings. We don't need CX, CY, which is basically the positioning of it. The data, we will change this to pi data, which we have not created yet. And then inner radius is going to be 18, 38. And again, this is something I already determined beforehand. But anyways, I'm going to change the fill because we will change the fill by the cell colors. And the data key will be value. And again, pi data should be what we map to, like so. We're going to have entry and then index. We're going to keep the key just like that, but we want to change the fill to be pi colors, which is another array that we are going to create. These are all just ways for us to manage what this is going to look like, and we'll do that in a little bit. So once we have that, we pretty much have most of what we need for the pie chart. So over here, I'm going to go up, go to the top section, and we're going to identify the pie colors. So this is how you set up the pie chart. We're going to set pie colors. I'm going to set this to palette.primary 800. I'm going to set this to palette.primary 300 for the second one. And this should be plural as well. I'm going to get rid of these props. And I'm going to say const pi data, and this is going to be an array of objects. So I'm going to call this group A, set this a value of 600, and then copy this to be 400. So if you have data, these are the settings that you would put the values into here if you wanted to insert the data into these guys. But for now, this is just going to be hard coded for just the pie chart. And once we have that, let's actually double check we don't have any errors. And over here, aha, we got our pie chart. Now it does seem to have a little bit of a border. And let's see why that is. Oh, and that's because we can set this, or we can change this to stroke equals none. It actually looks pretty cool with this border, but we can just remove that easily with the stroke. All right, and then from here we have, in the final build, we have like the header again, and we have some text over here. So essentially we're going to need to use Flexbox to align this. So we're going to have this box, and this box all doing space between, maybe with some margin on the right. And we're just going to put a bunch of text like this. So it's just a bunch of styling and settings. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to add the box header. And I'm going to set the title to be campaigns and targets. And I'm going to set that side text to be +4%. And I'm going to close this. And over here in this pie chart, I'm going to set this to flex between. And I'm going to import that. I'm going to say margin top with a 0.25 REM and a gap of 1.5 REM and a padding right of 1 REM. And we're going to have all of this encased around our pie chart. And then below this, we're going to have our box. And we are going to say margin left is equal to negative 0.7 REM. We're going to have flex basis to be 40%. And it seems like we didn't import this. Yeah, we haven't. So let's say box. It's going to come from MUI material. And flex basis is going to be 40%. Just FYI, if you guys don't know what flex basis is that when you have a child element inside a flex box, which is right here, this is a flex. This is basically the width. Instead of doing width, you do width 40%, we're doing flex basis 40%. So flex basis is a way of setting the width, but it is much more aligned with how Flexbox works. So it tries to become 40%, but if it gets too squished, it's going to adjust as needed as the Flexbox determines. So it's it's a better version of width is what you would say when you are using Flexbox. So instead of using width over here, you want to use flex basis. All right, and then we have a text aligned over here. I'm going to say typography. We're going to import that, and I'm going to say target sales. I'm going to say variant of H5. And below this, I'm going to say typography. I'm going to give this a margin of 0.3 REM top and bottom, 0 on the left. Give this a variant of H3 with a color of palette.primary 300. I'm going to close this out. I'm going to say 83. So these are hard-coded values, but you can set these to whatever you want. And I'm going to say typography variant of H6. I'm going to say finance goals, goals of the campaign. I really can't type today. That is desired, like that. I'm going to save that, or get rid of the space. So we have that information right here. And we are still missing one more box, and we're just going to copy this entire thing again, actually. And we're just going to modify it as we go. So instead of getting the margin left and the text align center, I'm just going to get rid of those. I'm going to keep this to be losses in revenue. I'm going to change this one to be a variant of H6. And we're going to say losses are down 25%. This one is going to be margin top of 0.4 REM, variant of H5. And I'm going to call this profit margins. I'm going to replace this, or copy this over here, and I'm going to say variant is equal to H6. And I'm going to say margins are up by 30% from last month. And there you go. We now have our text all placed over here. It's a little bit of a hassle to write all of this, but the typography helps us set up the variants, and we just have to put the text inside. All right, and then from here, I'm going to go and I'm going to look at the final product or final application, and we can see we have products and expenses. We have our scatter plot. So this is called a scatter plot, and we have price and expense, and we have actually formatted into dollar signs over here for this one. So I'm adding that formatting as well as the price is going to be in dollars over here. Same with on the bottom as well. So we want to use this particular chart, and we're going to insert them over here. So I'm going to go back to our recharts. I'm going to go to our simple scatter chart, and we can basically use this information. So I can again copy all of this, and we can paste it into our code. So inside dashboard box grid area F, we're going to paste this. I'm going to call this scatter chart. We're going to import that, and we're going to import scatter as well. And then from here, I'm going to add a box header like so. I'm going to say title is equal to product prices versus expenses. I'm going to call this side text, and this is going to be plus 4% like so. And we will have our scatter chart. But we want to format our data. We want to do a few things. So the stroke of the Cartesian grid, so the stroke in the back, we're going to have this to be a gray color again. And we need to modify a few things for x-axis. So this is going to be type of number. Let's actually format each of these and put it on a new line. Makes it easier to see it. And then we have a data key, and the data key for the x-axis is going to be price. So how much it's going to cost for the user. And the name is also going to be price. So the data key represents what we are saving it into the data, whereas the name of the price is going to be what it represents. So that's the text you see in this tooltip over here. And then over here, I'm going to say axis line is going to be false, like we did before. I just don't like the axis. Same with the tick line. We don't want that. And then we're also going to do style of font size 10 pixel. I kind of like the fonts to be small, which is my styling preference, because it kind of makes it look kind of professional and you can fit a lot more information. But anyways, we have this tick formatter. So this tick formatter is basically going to grab the number we have on the ticks for the x-axis, and we can reformat that data into a format that we want. So for example, in our case, we want that $sign. So what we do is we're going to add a template string, and we're just going to say we grab the current value. So for example, this one would be 50. We're going to pass that in over here, 50, and we're going to add a $sign in front. So that gives us a $50. So this formats our tick via the tooltip over here, or not tooltip, on the axis over here. So that's how we set those. And then from here, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put this as y-axis, and I can just get rid of this one. I'm going to, yeah, since we have everything copied, I'm going to change the price to be expense, like so, and we can keep everything else the same. And right now, we don't have the information yet because we need to set the data over here. But before we do that, we still need to modify our tooltip, and we're also going to have a formatter over here, which is going to be the same exact function that we were just using. But this is going to be for the formatter of here. So price : $sign. So that's again what we're basically configuring right here. So I'm going to replace that again. And in this one, we also have a z-axis. So the reason why we have a z-axis can represent, like sometimes you can make three-dimensional charts, or three-axis charts instead, by changing the value of what it looks like. So this is going to actually determine how big those dots can be. But in our case, I want it to be just one value, and I just kind of want it to be smaller than the default. So this is how you can change the size of the dots. So we have a type and a range. IntelliSense will get rid of that, I hope. Right, so we have scatter chart, we have box header, and then we have responsive container. And it seems like, oh yeah, again, I made the same mistake. The box header should not be in the responsive container. It should be outside. So you can save that and you won't have an error. And the last thing we kind of need to set is going to be the scatter. And we're just going to call this product expense ratio. And then the data is going to be product expense data. And then the fill is going to be palette.tertiary 500. So this will determine the color of the dots. The data is going to be the data, formatted data that we need to create right now. So I'm going to go back up all the way. And we are probably just going to copy everything over here. And instead, we're going to use product expenses or product expense data. So I'm going to call this product expense data. And this here should be called product data. Make sure you're modifying all three of these. And in this case, we don't have monthly data. We're just going to map it out. And the values we're going to grab is going to be underscore ID, price, and expense. We basically need the ID for mentioning which ID represents which data. So that's why we have the ID, underscore ID, and then price is going to reflect price, expense is going to reflect expense. Let's save that. Let's actually see if we have any errors, and it doesn't seem like we do. However, the formatting, the position of the table is a little off, so let's actually fix that. So we're going to go back down, and let's actually see. I believe the height and the margins are kind of messed up. Yeah, so the height should be 100%. And for whatever reason, I thought I changed the margin, but I guess I didn't. So we're going to change this to 40 or 25. The bottom should be 40 and the left should be 0. So I'm going to save it, and voila. We have our perfectly aligned product prices and expenses. It feels like on the left it's a little, yeah, for some reason, the left margin is a little off to me. So that's why I changed it to be a little wide. There you go. There you go. We have row 2 all set up and complete. Perfect. With scatter plots, we have line charts, we have bar charts, we have line area charts, and so on and so forth. All right, now that we have row 2 finished, now we're going to do row 3. So now row 3 is going to be slightly different because we actually have scrollable tables over here, and we're just listing our products as well as listing our orders, which is the transaction data. And we're also going to have a few expenses, breakdown by category from KPIs, and just information over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to use Data Grid to create these tables. And we're also going to have to create, we already have the products, but we need to create the transactions API. So we're going to do that first, and then we'll set up the UI for this. So we're going to close this down. I'm going to close all of these, and I'm going to go to our backend first. And in here, I'm going to go to index.js. All right, from here, in our routes, we are in our index.js file from our server folder directory. And I'm going to go to the route section. I'm going to write /transaction, transaction routes, like we did before. And we're going to go up here. I'm going to do import transaction routes, and make sure you're getting the singular versus plural correct in your typing. And this is going to be routes plural transaction.js. I'm going to hit comma, and over here I'm going to import transaction, which is the model, from /models/transaction.js. And if you remember from our models, we have transaction over here. This is the model that we have, and we want to make sure we import that. And also in our data, we're going to have transactions as well from our data.js. If you go down, you can see transactions. Let's do const transaction, and you'll be able to find the transaction over here. So we have ID, amount, and the buyer, and then the product IDs. So that will be our information. And now let's actually create the route. So I'm going to go over here, go to our routes, and create a new file. And I'm going to call this transaction.js. And it's going to be singular. And over here, and again, I'm going to just copy everything from KPI and then paste it And we are going to change this from, let's actually, if you hit this and then this, will match like the full word. It needs to be match the full word and match the correct, casing. So we can just grab the particular ones right here. So we're not grabbing the KPIs over here. So it's easier to modify. So we're going to change that to transaction. And over here, once we hit KPIs with these guys, we can just change the ones we want. So we have transaction.find. However, transactions is actually a pretty big list, and we want to limit the amount that we're grabbing from the back end. So, and plus on the front end, we don't need that many. We're just going to show the 50 latest transactions, because maybe in a real life scenario, you might have like tens of thousands of transactions. You don't want to bring all of those, because that's going to slow down the computer, and you're going to slow down your server as well, and people are going to have lagging and latency issues. So you want to make sure you have limits on that. And we're going to limit this to 50 and then create it on. And if you do -1, that means you're sorting by the latest. So this is how you can grab and filter the transaction information based on the latest transaction that occurred. So I'm going to save that. So now we have our transaction route. What we need to do next is, like we did before, is basically insert our transactions. So we're just going to grab this and put transaction singular and then transactions plural, like so. I'm going to save that. I'm going to make sure we saved it. I'm going to just turn this off again because I already saved it once. And we're going to go back to our MongoDB, and I'm going to refresh this particular database. And once we see we have our transactions and we have our transaction data, perfect. We have the buyer, the amount, and the product IDs. So everything is working as expected. So let's go back. And now we can close our backend, and then we can go back to our files, and we can go to the front, and we're going to go to state API. And again, like I mentioned before, this should be very simple. So we're just going to grab all of this. So we're just going to say get transactions, and we're going to change this to get transactions response. And the product over here, we should get rid of that. We can manipulate both of these, and we can say transaction. So transaction / transactions, and we can change this to transactions plural. And we can paste transactions over here. All right, and then from here, I'm going to copy this over our types, and we just haven't created this yet, but we will. So I'm going to go to this file. Hopefully I'm not going too fast that you're not be able to follow along, but a lot of this is very similar to what we were doing before. So I am just going to copy the get products response. I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to call this get transactions response. And we're just going to change a few things to align with what we had. So I'm going to change price to buyer, and I'm going to change expense to amount, and then I'm going to change transactions to product IDs. So now we have everything as expected with the get transactions response. And we are now ready to use it, except we do need to put it over here. So we're going to say use get transactions query. And I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to save it. So now we have our get transactions API. And you can see how convenient this really is. Redux Toolkit query is very nice. So I'm going to close all of this, and I'm going to go back, go to my scenes, go to row 3. And over here, I'm going to say const data. I'm going to call this transactions data, and I'm going to say use get transactions query. And we're going to grab that. And we are going to console log this just to make sure everything works as expected. So I'm going to open this up in our current application. And then we're going to open up our terminal, and as you can see, we have an array of 50, and we have our information. And as you can see, it will organize this in the proper time, but it seems like the time difference is not that much. So 43, 44, 94412, so it's going to go backwards from there. So perfect. Everything's working as expected. So now we just need to create these particular tables. And we're going to start with list of products first. So we need to grab the products query first. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. So let's actually reclose it. Yeah, just FYI, just a reminder, this is the completed app 5174. This is the non-completed app 5173. So let's actually move this over. And in here, we are now going to grab the get products query as well. So we're going to say get const data colon product data and is equal to use get products query. I'm actually going to change transactions to be singular because that's the convention I've been using. So I'm going to get rid of the plural. And also I'm going to make sure we get the KPIs as well, because we're going to be needing that for the last few widgets. So I'm going to call this KPI data, and I'm going to use get KPIs query as well. Make sure that gets imported. So we now have all three of our queries all aligned perfectly, and we can use the data as we need. And just to note, we are using Redux Toolkit query. So basically, if you have use get KPIs query, I know I'm calling it over here as well. So I'm calling it in multiple locations, even though all of these are on the same page. So you would think, hey, maybe we're calling the API endpoint unnecessarily. However, Redux Toolkit query allows us to not have to deal with that. So you can call this multiple times in any location, and Redux Toolkit query will make sure you only call it once if the information is already there. And we only need to re-update that information when we set another API call to invalidate that particular tag. So invalidation means just recalling that information just to get the updated information from the backend. You always want to keep the front end information and data to be in sync with the backend data, or else people will be seeing a list of data that's outdated. So you want to make sure everything's updated. But either way, don't mean to sidetrack, but basically if you can call this multiple times in multiple locations, it's very convenient, so you don't have to pass in data everywhere, and just make sure you call it once. You can just use it multiple times, and you'll see that only one network call is basically being made anytime. So if I go to network and I refresh this page, we're going to see 3 network calls for 3 different things. So if I refresh it, we have KPIs, products, and transactions. Even though I'm calling use get KPIs query in multiple components on the same page, we only are calling that once. So you don't have to worry about multiple calling it anytime. And you can simply use it as if you're just sharing data across your application, which makes it very, very convenient. So I'm going to close that. And we have basically our data. So now we just need to set up our basic table as well. Now, if you watch my videos, before we do our table, I want to talk about data grid, which is from Material UI. But yeah, if you watch my videos, you'll know how much I love this particular table because it has so much functionality. And I have been in a situation where I created my own table where it was reusable, maybe in like 10 to 20 different places. And I can tell you, it is not easy. It is a lot of work, a lot of code. So writing your own table is not as simple as you would expect, and it's a big hassle to maintain it. But Material UI essentially did everything that I was doing plus more functionality, because I mean, they're basically making money off this. So creating your own table versus using a pre-made table that's very easy to use, why would you create your own table? It's so much easier to just use an existing table, modify it as needed. And I can guarantee you, I've seen so many different companies or different teams try to build their own component library, and they spend decades on it. like literal decades. They have a whole team dedicated towards it. It's such, I will say it is not a good use of money and time. The only reason why those things end up being approved is because some of the non-technical people who are in charge don't understand how long those, building your own component library takes. And I'm saying this from experience because I've seen this multiple times, and it's just consumed so much of a team's time. Whereas if I typically just use Material UI for a lot of enterprise level applications for internal use. And you know what? It just does the job way better, and I can customize it. A lot of people think you can't customize component libraries, but you can. You can do it to a significant degree. Like if you want less opinionated styling, like Material UI, or Material UI has like opinionated styling in a bit, you can use headless components. There's several ones like Daisy UI. You can use those ones if you would like. I never tried those, but those are unopinionated styling, so you can use those components and create your own styling from there, and you can use the same functionality. It's a big time saver if you use these pre-made component libraries. But I like Material UI because it had just nothing beats Material UI in terms of functionality. Like it is by far the most extensive breadth of scope, and especially with the data grid, there is a paid version, but the free version is good enough for your use case. Anyways, don't mean to be a Material UI shill. I'm not being paid by them. Would be nice, but I am not being paid. But it's just from my own experience. I've had good experiences with this particular table. Either way, so let's actually start coding this out. So you can use the data grid documentation. They have lots and lots of examples, so you can use it in multiple different ways without any hassle. So I'm going to go up. I'm going to import. Actually, we can just go into our section with the dashboard box, and we can just import data grid directly. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do data grid from MUI X data grid. So you got to make sure you have that correctly. It does have some required pops, but before that, let's set up the box header, which we need to import as well. So box header over here. And this has a few required properties, but we just need title with list of products. And let me go back to completed application to show you what we're building. Let me refresh. We're going to go down. We're going to see list of products, and we are going to see side text is equal to, it's going to be product data comma dot length. And I'll cover what this really is, but basically it's going to grab the number of products, and we are going to grab the length of it and display how many products we actually have. So right now we don't have the product data. And with our data grid, I'm going to create a box around it. And a nice way of styling data grid is that you can create a box around data grid and then target the classes inside data grid from above. And let me show you what I mean. But before that, let's set this to margin top of 0.5 REM, because it gives us a little margin at the top. We're going to do a padding of 0 from the top and bottom, 0.5 REM left and right, and then a height of 75%. And in the SX, which is the styling, you can put the styles over here, but you can also put the styles for SX when you're using the box component. But we can target specific classes of data grid. And just to let you know how this could possibly work is that if you go over here, we can click elements and figure out over here, we can figure out what these classes represent. So now when you take a look at Material UI, the one downside is that the class naming is kind of a hassle, but once you get used to it, it's actually not that big of a deal. Like I used to complain about it, but once I got used to it, I was like, oh, it's actually not that bad. So if you take a look, we're going to go over here, we're going to select one of these, and we're actually going to go over here, and we can see this is our table right here. Our table is represented by this section. You're going to see all these classes, But what you want to do is be able to identify which section represents what. So over here, this represents the entire, let's open this up so I can see better. If you look at this, this is going to represent the entire table, and you have a list of classes over here. Now, generally you want to avoid modifying the root because you're modifying the root of each like material UI class name, but you want to check what these other ones are looking at. This one's a little too, this one has too many extensions to it, so you don't want to affect those. But we can go to something like this. We can see the main, and we see column headers. So if I wanted to affect column headers, we can just grab this particular one and then affect it. This is just extra additional styling, so you want to avoid those ones that have kind of like a weird number with CSS. You just want to affect the class name that are targeting column headers. And then you have column headers inner if you want to target that. And then we can keep going, and we can see that this one probably is not something you want to affect. And let's see, resize triggers, we probably don't want to look at those. So if we go back, we have this particular column. I'm trying to figure out where the rows are. And as you can see, if you go over here, you can see this is the data grid cell. So if you want to affect the cell, you would change that. Do the cell, all of these have different ones. You can change the virtual scroller content, which represents like the background, things like that. So you want to make sure you know which ones to target. So after that, I'm going to close it, and I'm just going to change this as we go because I've already modified the classes and I only needed to target the correct ones. So the way to do this, for example, we do and MUI data grid, and we're going to target the root because we're going to affect the entire data grid in this case. So we want to affect the entire data grid, and we're just going to change the color to be palette.gray 300. And by the way this selection works is that we're doing and.MUI data grid dash root. So what this and represents is going to be targeting a class in the child component. So we're essentially targeting the class over here because data grid you can't really target itself like that. So you want to create a box around the data grid, and you can modify the class right below it. So it's very nice and convenient to do something like this. And here I'm going to say border is going to be none. We don't want a border. By default, it comes with a border. And then from here, I am just going to copy this. Actually, let's copy this entire line. So we have, let's copy this like that. And then we have MUI data grid cell, and we want to modify those. And you know what? Before we actually change this, I want to do something. I want to get the data so we can see what the changes are. So I'm going to start by importing the box because we didn't have that. And then we're also going to add the palette over here. So I'm going to say const palette is equal to use theme, like so. And it seems like I didn't import use theme as well. So MUI material, make sure you import that. So I'm going to save that. And then from here, we want to create columns. So data grid requires some props. The props that we basically need is going to include rows, which is going to be like the data itself, and then columns, which is going to represent what these each one represents. So rows is basically the data we want, and product columns or columns is going to be the column information of how we set up each column. So I will show you. So product columns will be our columns, which we haven't created. Same with product data. We also want to make sure our data exists. Otherwise, we give an empty array. Otherwise, data grid is going to error out if you don't have anything. So up here, I'm going to go and start writing our product columns first. So I'm going to say product columns, and let me remove this console log. We don't need that. product columns is going to be an array, and we're going to have an array of objects. So we're going to start with a field underscore ID. So that represents this first ID column. And then we're going to have a header name is going to be the ID. So essentially I'm grabbing from the data, like the product data information, this particular field, I'm labeling it the ID, and we're giving it a flex of 1. So that's how much it would take of the space from left to right. So that's what each of these represents. This grabs where the data property name is. This is the name of the column, and this is like the space it takes. So I'm going to just grab this over here. I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to call this expense, this one, and this one should be expense. And flex should be 0.5 because this one takes a little bit less space. And what we also want to do is we're going to do render cell. So now if you remember, we want to render out with the number or like the money sign. So the way we do this is we're going to create a template string like this. I'm going to say params.value, and I'm going to put the $sign like that. So that will convert our string of maybe our number from 5.97 with the $sign, and it's a string. And because params, we need Typescript. So Material UI Data Grid provides us the type for this params. So you need to figure out where to get this, which is the grid cell params from MUI Data Grid. So they provide the typing for that, and that should work. So my IntelliSense is slow again, so it's going to take a while. And the last one, we're going to set the price like this. This is going to be capital price. We're going to keep the flex to be 0.5. And over here, we're going to have the same grid cell params, and everything else will be the same. I'm going to save that. So now we have our product columns. We have our product data, product columns, and we can pass that in to our data grid. And for now, we're not finished with the data grid, but I just want to show you what we have so far. We essentially have this particular table. So we have a footer, we have our individual items, we have our header. So now the height is not correct. We still have a footer that we do not want. And there's a few IDs, and I believe there should be an error over here. Yeah. We have, actually, let's refresh it. Okay. We actually don't need to worry about that. But let's move this. I'm going to change the header height to be 25. So it's going to be a little bit taller. The row height is going to be smaller from what it is, the default. So it's going to be scrunched up a little bit. I'm going to say hide footer, and this is going to be true. And now we have a little more space. And header height seems like it is not cooperating. I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe let me see how to fix that. All right, so I figured it out. It seems like React Data Grid since has changed the API, so it's going to look like column header height instead. So they changed the naming of it, so it should be column header height instead. So I do that. This is a little bit smaller on the top. And we now have our linting error gone away. And then also, if you take a look at this versus our final product, we have some styling that's different, like the lines are much more subtle, and our bar is different, and the background is a little bit different. So we're going to be modifying those. We don't have this underlined bar, and then once we hover over this, we shouldn't see those lines as much. So over here, I'm going to copy and paste this, and I'm going to call this MUI Data Grid cell. And this should instead be border bottom, and we are going to say 1 pixel solid, and we're going to make this a lighter color, or actually a darker color, so it's not as visible. And I'm going to say important. Sometimes you have to put the important because it doesn't override it properly. And then over here, I'm going to say column headers as well. So we're changing both this border at the top of the column headers and the cell for each one. So once I save it, we should see all of these become lighter. And then also we want a column separator. We want to modify those. So that should be column separator. And we are going to just hide this one. So I'm going to remove the border and call this visibility to be hidden. So now when we this, we have no column header separation. Perfect. All right, now if you noticed right now the scroll bar is not in tune with the rest of the web app, so we want to modify that. And the only way to do this is we're going to modify the entire scroll bars. We have to modify those. So we're going to go back, we're going to go to index.css, and we're actually going to target this from a global aspect. There might be a way to target it locally, but I'm not exactly sure on how that's possible. So what we're going to do first is we're going to set this WebKit scroll bar. We're going to set this width to be 10 pixel. And then from here, I'm going to set WebKit. Actually, let's grab this right here, and we're going to say track. So this is going to be the track section. So we're going to set the background to be a very specific color. So we're going to say 24, 24, 27, which is one of the colors we've particularly chosen, but these are the colors that look nice. So I'm going to get this to be a thumb, and we're going to set the background to be 48494E. Make sure we have semicolons over here and spell background correctly. And the last one is going to be track, and it's going to be when we hover over it, and we want the background to be the same, like so. So by now we can see our scroll bar has now updated. So if I scroll over it, we get this color. Maybe that's not the correct color, to be honest. So maybe if I just change that a little bit, it'll look a little different. Yeah, maybe, yeah. I think this one actually should be darker. We save it. Yeah, a little bit subtle, a little bit highlight, kind of nice. But yeah, so essentially this is how you change your scroll bars. We have the track, we have the thumb, which is that little thing. The track is the background, and then the scroll bar width is going to be determining how wide this is. So we wanted it to be consistent with the styling of the website. And there you go. That is our table. We have made a very small table, and it's very simple to set up once we have the product columns, and we can fit our data easily into this. And we are going to be doing the same for transactions. So it's going to be the same process, majority of the same styling. So let's make this super easy. So we're just going to grab the box header, and we're going to paste it into dashboard box 2, or into grid area H. I'm going to save it. We're going to have the same exact thing as we did before, but now we can just simply modify it for the next section. So here, I'm going to go up and I'm going to change recent, or list of products, to recent orders. And again, I'm going to change this to transaction data length. And this should be latest transactions. And over here on the below, we're just going to keep all the styling pretty much the same. However, we need to change some of the margins because this is like a taller table. We're going to give it a margin top of 1 and a height of 80% instead of 70. I'm going to go down. I'm going to keep these two the same. We're going to set height footer true, but instead we're going to change the product data and product columns to transaction data, transaction columns. And it seems like we do have an error because transaction columns probably doesn't exist. And that is most likely true, but we do have transaction data. So all we need is a transaction columns. So I'm going to copy the entire products column. I'm going to remove this and call this transactions or transaction singular columns. And the ID is going to be the same. The buyer will be different. So we're going to say buyer. This should be capital buyer. And we're going to have, I configured this specifically. This is going to be a flex of 0.67 because that's like the perfect space. And I'm going to remove the render cell for buyer. I'm going to keep the price with the flex. Or actually, I'm going to change this amount, and I'm going to change the flex to be 0.35 because I want it to kind of fit very neatly. And then finally, I'm going to change the last one, and these are going to be the product IDs. And we want to see how many they bought, like how many products they bought. So what I'm going to do is grab the params, set the value to be the length of the params. So params.value.length. So that determines how many items they buy, how many different products they bought. And once we have that, all our data should be perfect, except our buyer is not configured correctly. So let's actually see why that's happening. It seems like for some reason it's yelling. Parameter. Okay, let's ignore that. Let's deal with the buyer first. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to transaction data to see why our buyer is showing up as 0. So I'm going to open this up. I'm going to refresh. And we are going to see transaction. We have buyer of 0 for some reason. Okay, so maybe, I believe, something happened while grabbing the information. So let me see what's happening. All right, so I debugged this. And just, by the way, debugging is something you will always have to do. There's always going to be some kind of issue. So you're always going to have to track it down. So the way I tracked this down, so we have buyer to be 0. So what could be the problem? So if you take a look, we're grabbing information. We're not really modifying the data on the front end. So it has to be because of the back end. So if we go back to our back end, we can see maybe it's in the route to transaction. However, we're not modifying the data. We're limiting to 50, so it won't affect buyer. So the next logical step is to look at the model to see if anything's wrong with that. And as you can see, buyer is set to a currency, which is not correct. So maybe you caught that earlier. I certainly didn't. I think I was rushing. But anyways, this should be a type of string. And we are going to say required to be true. Because now if you look at our data and we look at transactions, buyer is a string, not like a currency type. So that is the reason why all the buyers are 0. So making sure you understand how to debug things is very useful like that. Just try to track it down. That's it. That's as simple as that when you debug. Sometimes, I know, easier said than done. Anyways, let's go back to fix our data issues. We're going to go over here. And what we want, because our information is now screwed up, we want to drop our database. Let's make sure everything is there. Yeah. We want to drop our database, and then we also want to insert all of our information. Because if we drop our database, we're going to lose all the information. However, because we have seed data and this is not important information, we can do this very easily. But if you have real data, you're going to have to save your data and then reinsert everything. It is a big pain. So you have to have a process for that. But right here, we're just going to drop our data. We're going to save it, and all of it's going to happen. I'm going to comment all of this out so we don't drop it again. And we can go to our cloud. Let's make sure everything is back to normal. All right, so now we have a buyer to be a string. We have a products section. Everything looks good there. KPI should only have one object. Perfect. So now we have the proper data. So let's actually see our transaction data. Let's refresh. And we can see that we have our buyer. Perfect. We have the buyer now, and it's listed over here, and it is as expected. Okay, so right here, it's stating that grid cell params is unknown. So instead, we're going to modify this, and we're going to say this is a Typescript thing. We can say this is an array. We know for sure this is an array of string. And we can tell Typescript that this is the correct type. Usually it's supposed to be able to figure this out. And I guess there's like a new update and kind of changed this. But now it should know that we are dealing, the params.value is going to be dealing with an array of strings. That's why we have a list, and we are just going to represent the count from there. And we can save it. Now Typescript won't be mad at us. And with that, we have our tables fully complete. Very simple. Box data grid, you just need to set the columns and match it to the correct field in the, or correct key in your data. And you have it all set up. And we have a very clean looking table. And it's very simple. And again, data grid is awesome. Anyways, so if we go back to our final application, we have expenses breakdown by category and a final like little text over here. So we're going to make those modifications. So over here, I'm going to go down to the I section, and we're going to use the pie chart again. So in this example, we're just going to create 3 pie charts. So first, I'm going to go back to row 2, and let me close this up. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to find our pie chart, and we're going to be using this like we did before. And we are going to create 3 pie charts over here. So if you see, there's 3 of them lined up right next to each other. And we want that to happen for us. So what I want to do first, I'm going to create a box header, and I'm going to set the title to be expense breakdown by category. And I'm going to set the side text to be plus 4%, like so. And then from here, I'm going to set the flex between as well, and make sure you import that. And we're going to set margin top of 0.5 rem, get a gap of 0.5 rem, a padding of 0 and 1 rem, and text aligned to be center, like so. And I'm going to paste in our box. I'm going to paste in our pie chart inside there as well, like so. I'm going to import recharts like that, as well as pie, and also cell. So now that we have this information, we need to configure the data. We'll make some modifications. We don't need any margins for this particular one. We have inner radius 18, outer radius is going to be 5 in this case. Just a little bit of modification. And I'm going to change this to pie data. Pie colors is fine. We want a little bit of a typography right below our box. So in this box example, we are going to have a typography. Make sure you import that. We have variant of h5, and I'm going to pass in data of 05 or 0 dot name once we loop through. So I'm going to change this to actually data, because I'm going to just call this data, and we're going to pass pie chart data into here. So I'm going to have a loop with a pie chart data, and we're going to map our data section, and we are going to render out the following inside there. So all of this from the box going to be rendered inside here. And in our box, we're going to have a key. And we are going to set this to be data 0 dot name. And we're going to pass in I. And I will show you how this will look like. So if I go back up, we are going to configure our data for the pie chart. So I'm going to say pie chart data. So now basically all we're doing is we're going to go through our KPI data and we're just grabbing, let's go over here and get KPI's response. We're basically going through, grabbing the expenses by category, and we're going to cycle through this and paste this number for each of the pie chart. So that's what we're going to essentially do right here. But either way, we want use memo. We're going to import that. And we're going to say if KPI data exists, so we need to wait for the data to happen like we usually do. We're going to set the total expenses to be equal to the KPI data 0 because there's like an array of objects, but we only have one object. We're going to set the total expenses to be this particular value. And we are going to return object.entries so we get the keys and the value. And we are going to grab the expenses by category. So we're getting both the keys and the value from this. And we're going to map through each key and the value. So I'm going to move that to another line. And I'm going to return an array. So I'm basically just looping through the expense by categories and grabbing each key and the value of each particular property and value. And I'm going to pass this in to name as key, value as value, like so. And then we also need another object because this is how the format of a pie chart needs, is that they have two basic objects and we just are putting those here. And we are going to set the key, this should be curly braces, of total like this. And we are going to set the value to be total expenses minus the value. So this represents the unhighlighted part, and this represents the highlighted section. So that's why you kind of need two objects in this particular section. And it seems like we are kind of missing something. Oh yeah, so I think it's just because I don't have a second parameter in here. So we only want this to happen anytime KPI data re-renders or changes. So we only want this to happen when that changes. So I think it's okay. I think since my IntelliSense is lagging, I cannot tell if we have an error and if everything is okay. So let's actually refresh it, and it does seem like we do have an error. And it's because of something else, because pie colors is not identified. So we added pie colors. I just didn't add it. So I'm going to add that. So pie colors up here. I'm going to set palette dot primary 800 comma primary palette dot. Let's do this. Palette dot primary 500. And we should be able to see our values now. And there you go. We have salaries, supplies, services, all spaced out. And we can see our expenses break down by those. Perfect. Now you can put labels on it. For now, I'm not going to do that. This is pretty simple. We've already done it multiple times. There's no reason for me to go super in depth. And then the last one is pretty simple. We just have this particular box that just represents a line section like this, and it's just filled with a certain percentage. And I just wanted to show you how that's kind of done. It's very simple. We actually don't need recharts for this. So we are just going to be using box to configure this. So let's do this very quickly. So in here, I'm going to copy the box header so we can paste it down here. And we'll have a box header, and we're going to say overall summary and explanation data. And then this could be plus 14% or 15%. And over here, I can say we have a box, and we're going to close it, and we're going to have another box inside there as well, because this will represent the inner box. And what I'm going to set this is going to be the height to be 15 pixel. We're going to have a margin of 1.25 rem, 1 rem, 0.54 rem, and 1 rem. I'm going to set the background color to be palette primary 800, so a darkish green. And then we have border radius to be 1 rem to give us like that rounded corners. And then over here, I'm going to set the height to be 15 pixel as well. I'm also going to copy these guys over here and change the color to 600. And we're going to set the width to be 40%. And let's save it, and let's actually see this. We have our bar. So this is pretty simple. So if you ever wanted your data and you wanted a percentage, you can show that percentage just by passing some data in here instead. So very simple to get that thing. And then we're just going to give a typography and say margin of 0 and 1 rem with the variant of H6. And in this typography, I'm just going to copy all of this over here just for convenience sake. Now you can just put whatever text. This is just gibberish text, so you can just put whatever text you want. And then we should see that in our final. So there we go. That is row 3, and that is pretty much our entire dashboard right here. So we have this entire dashboard page. We have operational profit, revenue by month, all of this, and everything is basically working as expected. We can go down, we have responsive layout. It doesn't respond right away, but if we refresh, we'll get the proper layout for this. And that is the dashboard. Now with the dashboard completed, let's actually remove this console log in row 3. Here, we can actually do some of the fun stuff. So I'm going to open this up. I'm going to show you, we have predictions. So right now, we have a list of all the actual revenue data points on this particular line. And we actually have something called a regression line. So what I want to do in this video, I want to introduce a little bit of machine learning. Now, I know when you think of machine learning, you think of math, you think of science and all these research papers and all these complicated aspects to it. But as someone who's been learning machine learning a little bit on the side, I can tell you machine learning in general, it can be very complicated, but it also can be very simple. So what I want to teach you is a little bit about machine learning and show you it's actually not that bad. And because of the way software engineering is going to be headed and all the machine learning and all the AI coming in, taking the world by storm, we basically should get a little bit of understanding what machine learning actually is as software engineer, because it's going to impact us more and more. So it's important to just get a little bit of an understanding and a head start. And I want to bring it in very, very slowly, and it will be easy to learn. So this is what's called a regression line. Now, like machine learning, like software engineering, machine learning is filled with a lot of fancy buzzwords. But if you take a look, regression line is just what's called a best fit line. That's a better term for regression line. Basically, it just means a line that best fits all the data points. So it's basically going here, determining through some mathematical formulas. I'm not going to go into the mathematical formulas. It's just if you know how to use that formula, you can calculate what this line should look like. And once you have this, you can use this to predict future values and future data points using this particular line. So if I click over here, I have a button that says show predicted revenue for next year. And this is going to be a continuation of our line for next year up here. So predicted revenue in January is going to be 20,000, 21,000, all the way and so forth. So this, in a simple case like this is actually a good predictor of how much it'll be making if assuming the growth is similar. So, I mean, obviously there's a lot of variables to any kind of business and there's a lot of potential like problems that may arise, but if assuming the growth is steady, just like this, and we have data points that fit a line perfectly like this, we can easily create this predicted revenue graph to get like a machine learning model to predict what the next year's revenue will be. So it's very simple, and I'll show you and I'll go walk you through on how to do this. And I just want to get you guys a little bit of an introduction on machine learning because I think it's very valuable to try and get at least an understanding of what this is as software engineers, because it's going to impact us more and more. And I want you guys to fully pay attention to what's going on. Anyways, for our page, so let's get out of row 3 and we're going to go to our prediction page. So now if you remember, we have a predictions route and we are going to add our predictions component over here. So I'm going to say predictions like so. And we haven't created this component yet. I'm going to import it. So predictions from @/scenes/predictions. I'm going to save that. We're going to go over to our predictions folder, create a new file, and I'm going to call this index.js. Index.tsx. Sorry, I blinked out. I thought I was using regular JavaScript, but I'm using Typescript. So I'm going to do TS-RAFCE, and I'm going to say predictions, like so. All right. So the first thing we're going to get started is just going to set up some of the default things. So like palette, and we're going to pass in use theme with MUI/material to get the colors. I'm going to set a state, and we're going to call this is predictions, and set is predictions. And this one is pretty simple. So I'm going to do use state from React. Make sure you import that. And I'm going to start with this being false. So let me close this so you have more space. All this is going to do is this is going to check. It seems like I didn't do the like the gap in responsive layout. I think I missed that. So it's a little too close to each other. But either way, right here, this is going to show you, this is going to determine the state of this button. So I can click it on and off, and this is what's going to control that. All right, so from here, I'm going to go to the next line. I'm going to say const data, and I'm going to say KPI data, like so. And I'm going to say we are going to grab use get KPIs query from the API file. And then what I'm going to do first is I'm going to set this layout. We're going to use a dashboard box, and this is just going to be one big layout. And we are just going to have a bunch of elements that are going to be displayed as we go along. So let me get rid of this div, and we are going to grab the dashboard box because it has all the styling that we wanted from before. So if you remember, that's going to give us like this big old box. Let's go to predictions. So right now we don't have it being displayed. We have predictions page. And let me see, we are on the predictions. And right now, let's see. Okay, so it seems like we have an error over here. So if you are seeing this, this is like the old value because I erased it. I'm going to just restart the server. And let's see if that works. Okay, there you go. So right now, you may not see anything. We just have this weird line, and that's basically just a shadow. We just don't have a height for the dashboard box. But let's do that. We're going to go over here. We're going to set the width to be 100%. I'm going to set the height to be 100%. I'm going to set the padding to be 1 rem. Oops, 1 rem. And I'm going to set the overflow to be hidden so we don't see any leftover spilling. And as you can see, now we have the box as we want. And then in here, I'm going to create the title, except I'm going to just, before I used to use box header, but this one is going to be slightly different. So I'm just going to create my own. Now it's possible, again, this is React. You can make this reusable. You can make the box header reusable, but sometimes it's nice to just have it separate. You don't want everything to be too coupled, is that the term that they're talking about when they think about, hey, if you try to make everything reusable or use a function that everything is basically using, then you make everything tightly coupled together. That means you make one change on that function and you're affecting like 50 different components, for example. Then you're going to have some problems when you really want to tweak something very individually. Now, there are ways around it, but honestly, I think sometimes people just overcomplicate things. You can just keep things simple. And as someone who's like led a team, it's always important just to keep things simple instead of trying to overcomplicate it with a lot of abstractions. Abstractions can be very problematic. A lot of people just seem to put a blind eye to like abstracting out everything. You shouldn't always do that. And I cannot iterate that enough because I don't see a lot of experienced engineers do that enough. They just try to abstract out everything and then they try to make everything look cool, but it's also very complicated and hard to read. So honestly, I suggest simplicity. Anyways, enough about my rant. Here I have a box. We're going to create a typography over here. This is going to be revenue and predictions. Over here, I'm going to save it. I'm going to move this over here. So we see revenues and predictions. I'm going to say typography over here. I'm going to give it a variant of H6. And in here, I'm going to say charted revenue and predicted revenue based on a simple linear regression model. And that's the term for this. So this is a basic simple linear regression model because it's basically just a line that is going to best fit the data points that are being displayed on this particular chart. Now there are like more complicated ones like polynomial regression model and other various forms. I can't recall off the top of my head, but these are very basic machine learning. Like you would be surprised because this is basic math. This is not even sophisticated machine learning. So you have something that can actually just predict values because you just created a line that best fit all the data points. That's it. It's very simple. Obviously, it's not ChatGPT or DALL-E or Midjourney. Those are much more sophisticated models and they're called deep learning, but these are basic machine learning that it's good to know if you want to learn into it. Anyways, we're going to create this button and this is going to come from Material UI. So let's make sure we use IntelliSense for that. And I'm going to do set is predictions. And I'm going to make sure we flip the is predictions value like so. I'm going to make sure we close that and we're going to do some styling as well. And as usual, my IntelliSense is lagging again. I don't know why it's so slow. Could be that I have a million things open. All right. Anyways, so I have SX like this. I'm going to say color palette dot gray 900. I'm going to do BG color palette dot gray 700. I'm going to set this as box shadow. So this is just going to be essentially this button right here. And I'm going to do 0.1 REM, 0.1 REM. So 0.1 REM and 0.1 REM. I'm going to do RGBA with 0, 0, 0, 0.4, something like that. And in here, I think this needs to be background dash color. Sorry, it needs to be camel case background color like that. I'm going to say show predicted revenue. for next year. And I am going to put a gap between this, unlike my final build. So I'm going to do 0. Let's say 3 rem. And it seems like we do, oh, there's a missing comma. That's why it's yelling at me. Okay. And there you go. We have our state. So it looks a little small, so I'm just going to add more, maybe 1. Even 1 is fine. So we're going to have a bit of a space in between. So that looks pretty good. All right. And then from here, we're going to be adding our line chart. So I'm going to go back, I'm going to close this app, and we can go to, let's say, row 1, and we can grab a line chart that we have. I'm going to search it up, and we have our line chart over here. We're just going to copy this from responsive container. Yeah, starting from there. I'm going to close this, and below our flex between, I'm going to add our responsive container with everything in between. So we will be able to create our chart via this. And I'm going to make sure we import everything that we need from Recharts. We have a Cartesian grid, and I believe we don't have a vertical for that one. I'm going to import x-axis, y-axis, tooltip from Recharts, not Material UI. Legend, yeah, we need legend for this one. We need our line from Recharts, and I believe that should be good. Once we save it, we are going to error out because this doesn't exist. So we're going to say, we're going to call this formatted data. We don't need width or height because this is a responsive container. We have margin. I'm going to be setting these manually right here. So 75, 20 with no negative, bottom of 80. Okay, we have a Cartesian grid. We're going to keep the stroke. We also want a stroke dash array. And I'm going to say 3, 3. So you can set up your own custom version of the stroke. And in our case, we're going to have like a little stroke dashes instead of regular lines. And then from here, you can take a look. The legend is actually on the top. So all we have to do for that is we can go to the legend. We're just going to remove everything. We don't want the same styling for that. We're just going to say vertical align, and we're going to set this to the top section. So that, actually, let's make sure it's all on one line. So that will move our legend to the top. And right now, we won't be able to see it because we don't have the formatted data, but we will shortly. So another thing I want to add is going to be these labels right here for this particular chart. And that's pretty simple. So let's actually do this. We're going to make sure it's no longer self-closing. So I'm going to add a closing x-axis, and we are going to add a label component from Recharts. And this is what will allow us to add those titles for our axes. So we're going to have a value of month. We're going to offset it, so that just moves it by -5. And we're going to do position, and we're going to say inside bottom. And we're going to close this. So that will give us our label on the left side. And we are going to do the same thing for the y-axis. And we also have 2 y-axis. Let's get rid of 1 because this is just single axis. We don't need a y-axis ID. And we're just going to make this non-self-closing because we want to put the label in between. So I'm going to do label over here. And this one is going to be revenue in USD. I'm going to have an offset of -5. And if you notice, this is not horizontal. It's not written horizontally. So we have to set the orientation, or sorry, angle to be -90. So that's why it's like horizontally positioned like that. And by doing that, we can also do inside left. So that will set the position. So that means just like the inside of this section, and that's where it's being positioned. So we have that. And also, I'm just going to tell you ahead of time, right here, let me move this because it's kind of hard to see. So we're starting from 12,000 because there's a lot of empty space on the bottom. So usually when you create these charts, you can eliminate some of the bottom. So you get rid of unnecessary space. So in this case, I could do y-axis and we can do domain and we can pass in 12,000 and then 26,000 as well. And I'm going to say axis line. I'm going to pass in stroke width and we're going to give it a 0 inside. I'm going to give it a style of font size. We can keep the tick lines, but we also want to do tick formatter because I want this to have a $sign. So we're going to do this, create a callback function, put a $sign, and put the V inside. So we get this for our y-axis. And then let's configure our lines. So the data key, let's get rid of these y-axis IDs over here. And we can say data key is equal to actual revenue. So that is going to be the green line or green dots. And then the regression line are going to be like an actual line. So we're going to say this one is going to have a stroke of primary.main, but a stroke width of 0. Because we do that, we don't really have a line going, and that's what we kind of want for this data plotting. And then from here, I'm going to set the dot to be stroke width of 5. So we're adding dots for our line. So that's how you can create this particular line. Then we also need a regression line. So this one is going to represent our regression line, and I'll cover how we are going to be setting up the data. But for this one, I'm just going to have a custom color. I could have added it to our theme, but it's kind of lazy for this one. I'm just going to add the color directly. And we're going to have a dot of false. So this one is actually the line that best fits here. And then finally, I'm going to say is predictions, and we are going to create a regression line if is predictions is true. So I'm just going to copy this line over here, and I'm going to get rid of stroke, or sorry, the dot, and then over here with the stroke, I'm going to set palette.secondary 500 for this particular color, and we are going to set this and to be called predicted revenue. I'm going to save that. I'm going to go up here. We're going to have width of 100, height of 100, and formatted data. So for our formatted data, I'm going to go up here and I'm going to do some logic that will format the data properly. So I'm going to set formatted data. We're going to do use memo. I'm going to import that. I'm going to pass this in with the function like that. I'm going to have an array and make sure we update based on KPI data over here. Now, if KPI data does not exist, we're going to return an empty an array. So we want the formatted data to be always at least an array so it doesn't error out. If you don't have an array, it's going to have problems. Anyways, so from here, we're going to create the month data. We're just going to separate this out into a variable to make our lives easier because it's kind of ugly when you do something like this. We're going to say monthly data. So basically grabbing the monthly data from our KPI data. And then we're going to format it in a proper way. So I'm going to say month data.map. And I'm going to grab month, revenue, and expenses. And I'm going to grab the index as well. And then from here, we're going to return the index and the revenue. So we have our formatted data to be in the format of an array of arrays that include just the index and the revenue. So the reason why we're formatting it this way is because of what we're going to be using, which is the regression library. And what they want is the X value and then the Y value. So in our case, we're just going to use the index, and that actually represents, if you take a look here, that represents the month. So January represents 0, February represents 1, March, so on and so forth. And the revenue is the revenue for each month. So we need to format this so that we can pass it into this particular library, which is regression.js, and it provides a nice little function that will allow us to use regression. And we just have to pass it in like this. So regression.linear. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to format it to make it look exactly like that. So I'm going to call this formatted, and we are going to pass in array data point like so. And data point should, if we do it correctly, it should be coming from, actually we could just, let's write this in manually. Basically we can grab data point from regression. So this is basically just a format that regression takes. So we need to use this particular type so we can pass that in correctly to the linear formula. And the linear formula will be done something like this. So we have a regression line, and we can say regression.linear, and we're going to pass in formatted. If we didn't add this particular array and we didn't type it in this particular way, regression.linear would have rejected it. So even if I just remove this, we try to do implicit, I believe it will try and tell me differently. But my linting is, not my linting, but my, oh yeah, my linting is kind of like slow. So cannot find name regression. Actually, so we probably need to import regression first. So import regression from regression. So make sure you do that. And we'll just wait to see what's happening with that. And then we're going to return month data. And I'm going to pass in month, and then revenue, and then I as a number. So that's the index. So we're going to grab this. I'm going to have a return object or a callback function, and I'm going to return an object from there. And then from here, I'm going to say name is going to be month, and then actual revenue will be the revenue value, and the regression line, oops, this should be a colon. So this is basically creating our lines. So right now we're basically creating our lines. So actual revenue is just going to be the revenue values. So that's pretty simple. But the regression line, we're going to have to use the library. So we're going to use regression line, and we're going to say points, and we're going to pass in the current index, so the current month. So this is the current month right here. Like this current point is going to be the current month. And then we also want to grab the second value, which is the revenue. So it's going to grab points I. So for example, January, it's going to grab the revenue after that. So that's what this is actually representing. And we cycle through this for every single month. So each of these objects represents a data point, which is, let's say, January, and then we get the actual revenue for January, and then we get the regression line point for January, so that revenue for January. And then finally, we're going to do the predicted revenue, like so. We're going to say regression line dot predict, and the way we do this is going to be I plus 12. So bear with me, but this is basically essentially representing next year. So I starts with 0, but we are going to increase it to 12. So we start at the next year prediction, and we are going to give the revenue value for that one. So we're predicting this is going to be the next year starting from 0, and we are going to grab the revenue value for that. So that's how you would use predict to predict future values. Even though I12, 13, 14, 15, they don't exist in the current formatted data, we can use it to predict the future values. So this is how you can use a regression line to grab the next set of values. Now, for some reason, I remember before it used to yell at me if I didn't include that, but generally it's better to explicitly type whatever you need for Typescript. So it's very good to just keep that. And actually month and revenue we're not really using over here, so we can just get rid of that. But hopefully this makes sense. So every single one of these is a data point. We have January, and then we're going to get the actual revenue for January. Regression line is going to grab the point for best fit point for that particular line. And then the predicted revenue, we can use predict to predict next year's by trying to go for the 13th point, which is going to be January of next year. And that's how we get the predicted revenue. All right. So hopefully that isn't too tricky. It's pretty simple. It's just once you use this basic library, then you can actually use predicted revenue. If you wanted to get into the math regression line, it's actually not that complicated. They do have some averaging functions and standard deviations that you are required to know to make your own regression line. But honestly, even if you learn those mathematical formulas, I don't know how much that actually helps you understand machine learning. It's just predicting it. It's all about averages. That's what machine learning is. It's just averaging all the time, and it's trying to predict the next value with as much accuracy as possible. And it's a lot of statistics and probability, things like that. That's how you get to the point. And with having said that, and I believe everything should be pretty good. Apparently this is yelling at me. And it seems like I have not installed a package myself. So we're going to get rid of that. I'm going to turn off our server for the front end, and I'm going to do npmi regression. So that's how we install this guy over here. We're also going to have to install the types for regression, because in Typescript, for certain packages, you need to install the typings. So we're going to do @types/regression. And with that, we should technically have our packages pretty much ready. So I'm going to run npm run dev, and let's just see if this will work out. Make sure, I wish there was more space. I'm going to close this out. And as you can see, we have our line. It does re-render if you change this, because it's responsive. And I click show predicted revenue, and then we have our line. I think this is actually, if I do over here, this is the final project. We have a dashed array. So actually, let's make this into a dashed array real quick. Over here. So we have month, actual revenue, regression line. I just want this to be a dashed line for the predicted revenue. So the way to do this, instead of changing it to type of monotone, we can do stroke dash array. That's how you get the strokes instead, just like the background. So there you go. We have now our predicted revenue, we have our regular line, and then we have our actual revenue, and then we have our regression line. So again, the regression line, you can think of this as a continuation for the predicted revenue. So essentially this regression line is extending to the next year. And that's how you get predicted revenue. Very, very simple. A lot of machine learning is applications of algorithms that already exist. Now you can learn machine learning, you can learn all the math to learn the basis and the foundation of why those math work for machine learning. But I highly suggest you shouldn't start with that, because that's generally for people who want to create their new algorithm. They're doing research into trying to build the next optimized machine learning, but a lot of progress is being made by using existing algorithms. ChatGPT, for example, is just a very simple common machine learning algorithm, deep learning machine learning algorithm that they're using, but they are formatting the data, they're using the data, and they're training it with a lot of specialized help and making sure the data is correct, which is majority of the time machine learning. But implementing algorithms and doing the machine learning yourself is actually not that bad. All right. Anyways, let's see if everything is working. Yeah. So let me go over here. Let me get rid of the type props and get rid of this. And we should be good with this particular page. Now with that, we have our completed application. We have our dashboard with a lot of fancy charts, and then we have predictions that show predicted revenue via machine learning. So now that we have our application completed, we are going to deploy our application both front end and back end. So we're going to deploy our backend onto fly.io. So let's go to that. So fly.io is a place where we can run our server free. It just does have limits, and you do have to insert your credit card. That's the only catch. So you have to make sure you're under the limits. However, unlike the other free options for things like render.com or Railway, they have a tendency to, the server shuts down, and when you want to re-up the server, they're going to take like 10 minutes for it to come back. So if you wanted people to see your portfolio, it's not always going to be up, and it's going to take some time, and people are going to be like, why is it not running? So fly.io is always going to be running. So we want to try fly.io. You just have to make sure you don't get charged. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to grab brew install flyctl. So actually, if you're on Mac, if you're on Linux and Windows, these have different commands. So to install that, for me, I'm going to use the Mac OS. I'm going to use brew install flyctl. I'm going to run it in this particular terminal. And once we have that installed, we're going to go actually into our server folder. You need to make sure you're in the server folder for the next part. So the first thing is we're going to log into Fly, and you can go to this particular link, and we can do fly auth sign up or fly auth login. So I've already have it signed up, but you're going to just click this. It's going to open up. It's going to open up this page. But since I already have this signed in, I have continue as EdRoh, but otherwise you have to create an account, and I created my account with GitHub, so it's up to you. Now, after you logged in, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to launch our app with flyctl. So I'm going to go over here, I'm going to write flyctl and then launch. And what we're going to have is it's going to detect that it's a Node.js app. And what we're going to do for the app name is we're going to just leave it blank. And then choose wherever is closest to you. This is closest for me. And I'm not going to set up a PostgreSQL database. We don't want an upstash Redis database. And we don't want to create, or we do want to create a Docker ignore. And what I like to deploy now. Now, before you do this, I want you to go back to MongoDB, and you can see the network address. I deleted everything. I'm only going to do add IP address, and I added allow access from anywhere. You don't see this right now because it's already here. So this includes all the IP address. So anyone can connect to this database basically from anywhere. Now you can restrict it to our specific URL, but for now we don't have that. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to say, would you like to deploy now? And I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes over here. And we're going to build an image, and this might take a while. All right. So if you have this problem where it says failed to start remote builder heartbeat, I'm not exactly sure. I was trying to figure out from fly.io forums of why this is happening. I did find an alternative option, and that is to run fly deploy -- local only. However, if you're going to run it like this, we're going to deploy our image or Docker image. It's going to be building on your own computer. And to do that, you're going to need Docker. And I want you to install Docker onto your desktop. Now, I already have this installed, so I'm going to open that up and I'm going to run it. So make sure you install this on your computer. All right, and so this is Docker. I have it installed. I have it running. So once you have that installed, we're going to go back and we are going to run this command, fly deploy -- local - only. And everything works as expected. We're going to see everything basically running as expected. And this may take quite some time depending on your computer. All right, with that, now you may have gotten an error of abort. So this is actually expected. I know what the issue is. So if you go to Rough Night or whatever your app is generated name, we can go over here and we can actually go to monitoring and we can see what's happening right here. This is the logs that's happening. This is basically what you would see in your terminal when your server is running, but we're getting the UI parameter OpenUI must be a string, but we got undefined. So all that means is that we have environment variables right here that does not exist in this particular location because we didn't push it up, or we don't want to push it up anyways. And we want to have the Mongo URL be added directly. So the way to do that is you can go over here and we can set fly CTL secrets, and then we can set our environment variables. So I'm going to do this. And actually what we also need is that we need to change this to port 8080. And the reason for that is because of this right here. The port 8080 is over here. And so we're going to also go to client and we're going to change that as well. And we're going to change localhost to be 8080. So I'm going to save that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste fly CTL secret set. I'm going to set port is equal to 8080. And I think, hopefully, we can string this on the same one. So I basically, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Let me close this. Essentially, I copied this entire line for Mongo URL. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it over here. And now we're going to deploy this, and we're going to see if we can see the secrets that we have added. So we can just refresh this page and we can see, nice, we have Mongo URL and digest. So what this is doing is making sure that your Mongo URL is not actually visible here. So they are hashing it so you can't really see what's going on. And we also hash the port as well. So we have our secrets up here. And with that, actually, now that we added the secrets, we should be able to go to our link over here. We can see error because we don't really have any routes over there. But if you take a look, we have our route at KPIs. So if we do /KPI/KPIs, now we get our KPI response. So everything with our server is fully running. We have our information over here and everything works as expected. I'm going to close that. And so now we do have our backend perfectly running with our host name. Now that we have the backend set up, we want to deploy our server or front end, sorry. And the way we're going to do this is we first need to create a repository on GitHub. So that's how Versal is going to work. So I'm going to do my name. I'm going to call this finance app. I'm going to set this to private for now, but it will be public when I update this video. I'm going to create this repository. And once we have this, we're going to get a list of instructions, but we can just go out. We want to make sure we're outside the server. And I'm going to actually push the entire repo with both client and server, even though we only need the client for the Vercel. For me, in my case, I want to show you guys the entire application. I want the repo to be together, so I'm going to push both of them up. But for your case, you can probably just push the client. So you can go into the client instead of what I'm about to do. So I'm going to do git init, and then I'm going to do git commit, or actually, sorry, git add. So it adds everything. I'm going to do git commit -m. We're going to say first commit, and I'm going to say git. We're not going to set the branch to be main, so we're just going to keep that. I already had added this remote origin, so that's why I'm getting the error, but you're probably not going to. And then from here, I'm going to do git push origin master, not origin main. And then once I have that, we're going to see our repo over here. Now with this repo, we're going to go to Vercel. Now make sure you sign up for Vercel. Vercel is a very nice place where you can host your application especially for front end. And we can just do add new, and we're going to do project. And you're going to make sure you are connected to your own Git repository, so make sure you do that. And then once you have this, we have GitHub repo. I'm going to set import, and I'm just going to do read directory. We're going to edit. I'm going to do client over here, and I'm going to do build and output. This is okay. npm run build output directory. We're going to keep everything the same. The only thing we need to change is really the client. Since we have an environment variable over here, I want to do this to be Vite base URL, and the value is going to be our backend hostname. So in this case, it was HTTP localhost 8080, but in this case, let me close this. We're going to put this is our host name. So make sure it's your host name, not my server, or else it won't work. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to hit deploy. And we should just wait for this to finish. So for mine, we have it completely finished. So if I open this up, we have our dashboard, but no information. That means something with our server is incorrect. So if I take a look over here, KPIs, products, transactions, they are not going to the right URL. So it's kind of just defaulting to this current URL. And so if we go back, it took me a while to figure this one out because I was making a silly mistake. So if you go back to your finance app and we go to settings, we go to environment variables, and what we want is we want the Vite base URL. And what we had was the host name over here, but you actually need https://. So make sure you have that, and you make sure you have it for all your environments. Once you save it, which is, for me, it's already saved. Once you have that and you wait for it to rebuild or make sure everything is perfectly fine, now you can click on deployment over here, and then you click on the link, and now you should be able to see everything on your server. And we have our entire server completely running with our dashboard information, and it's being hosted onto our application. And we can go to revenue and predictions, and we can show predicted revenue for this particular situation. So we have all of this, and everything looks very good. With that, our complete finance dashboard is now fully complete. We have gone through quite a bit, and I'm so glad you were able to go through the entire application with me. We've gone through grabbing information from our Mongo database, putting models, adding data, setting up our backend, and then we also did our front end. We set up our charts, we formatted the data, we made sure everything is aligned. I went through layout, I went through API calls, I went through covering all of the different various styling challenges you might encounter. We also even went through predictions, and we went through this particular line, and I talked about machine learning and how we can predict revenue for the following year using this. And we also went through the deploying our application on Vercel for the front end and fly.io for our backend. And I'm glad you're able to go through this entire application. Most people do not. So congratulations on your achievement. And with that, please like, comment, and subscribe if you like this content. I hope you stick with me. If you have any requests or questions or anything, I have a Discord. Or if you just want to leave a comment below and ask me for any future videos, you can leave in the comments below, please. I will see you next time.